Statement on public comment. I need. All right. We're good. Molly. Oh, jeez. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The April 3rd meeting of the Anne Arundel County Board of Education will now come to order. Please stand for today's invocation. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance. Stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. The pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and live streamed on the internet. General information and protocols for the meeting are posted on the sign by the doorway as you entered the room. So please make sure you read those if you have not already. Item 2.03 is approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Second.
Any edits to the minutes? Seeing none, we'll just approve those by consensus. Thank you. Item 2.04 is establishing the, it got louder. You turned me on.
You know what? I'm so sorry. I didn't have the measure.
For the minutes? Okay, please.
So, apologies again. So, under items of legislation, it said that I talked about House Bill 1399, Senate Bill 1006. That's not true. It was Senate Bill 128 I was referencing. And so that change needs to be made along with the description of what Senate Bill 128 was, et cetera. Yeah, sorry. I'm so sorry about that.
Pretty good change. Okay.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
It looks like that will be handled. Item 2.04 is establish agenda order. Would any member like to add anything to the agenda that's not currently printed? Seeing none, the agenda will stand as published. Item 2.05 is board recognitions.
Yes, sir, if I may. April is the month of the military child, and today we're pleased to recognize the partnership that has helped us help thousands of military-connected children throughout every level of our school system. With us today are representatives from Fort Meade and Naval Support Activities, Annapolis. Also with us is Meade High School senior, Carrie-Ann Smith. They're going to offer brief remarks in a minute, but I'd like to highlight just a few things about our work in this area. First, as we seek to elevate all students and eliminate all gaps, we need to recognize that the military-connected children are a unique population with unique needs. They face things other students do not, most notably frequent transitions between schools. Their ability to adapt to adapt to present and future changes deserves our respect and admiration. We are privileged to work on a regular basis with school liaisons from both the Army and the Navy as we seek to support these students. For example, Fort Meade continues to partner with the school system as well as the Department of Defense education activity to access grants and funding for programs that benefit not only military-connected but all AACPS students. Mids for Kids continues to be the largest service project at the Naval Academy, with hundreds of midshipmen participating in our elementary and middle schools each semester and volunteer hours totaling in the thousands. Fort Meade Partners in Education program helps military units adopt an area school for a variety of volunteer opportunities. And this year, the NSA Annapolis initiative focused on youth sponsorship and working with our student leaders in CRASC has just gotten off the ground. We are proud to partner with the Army and Navy on these and many other ventures. I will now ask the representatives for both branches of the military to come forward now to say a few words, followed by Carrie-Ann. After that, we'll take some time for a photo.
Good morning, Board President Gilliland, Vice President Urea, Board of Education members, and Dr. Arlotto. Thank you for recognizing April as the month of the military child in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. During this month, military families and installations around the world recognize the contributions of the children and youth who are at the heart of the military family and who, in their own ways, serve and sacrifice in support of their military parents and our country. Since most of those children attend our public schools, it is important that we continue to work together to support them and their families. This year, we were proud to partner the Chesapeake Regional Association of Student Councils for the Patriotic Partners event that was held at Severna Park High School. Bringing military-connected and civilian students together is a great way to forge bonds that can last a lifetime, and we look forward to growing these partnerships and making them stronger each and every year. So as we celebrate and recognize our military-connected children, we also appreciate the teachers and school administrators who work hand in hand with our families to help school transitions go as smoothly as possible. Working together, we can ensure that our children are both warmly received and challenged academically as they continue on their personal growth to greatness. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you, Anne Arundel County Public School Board, for allowing me an opportunity to provide a few brief remarks this morning. For over 30 years, we have set aside time to recognize and honor the commitment, contributions, and sacrifices our military children make to the nation through the strength they provide soldiers and families. Of particular significance that I cannot overemphasize is the sacrifice. This is something we readily recognize regarding our veterans and service members, but is often overlooked among our military children. So allow me to put this in perspective. My oldest daughter is 21 years old. Because of the combat deployments and unaccompanied overseas assignments, I was away for over 6 years. Similarly, I have an 18-year-old daughter, and I've missed 5 years of her life. My oldest daughter has moved 10 times in 21 years. My 18-year-old has moved 9 times. In other words, about every 24 months, my children were forced to leave schools, their friends, their home, and start the process all over again. Oftentimes accepting new and greater responsibilities when, in this case, I was deployed. This is not unique to my family. It is indicative of a military child's way of life. As Garrison Commander at Fort George G. Meade, I'm proud to have 7 Anne Arundel County Public Schools on my installation. Nearly 40% of the student population are military children whom, through their sacrifices, have learned resilience and bring with them a vast amount of life experience and perspectives. So as a father and a commander, I salute the Anne Arundel County Public School System for recognizing our military children, and I look forward to working with you to continue to improve the educational experience of our students on issues such as school choice and program choice. And I'd like to turn it over to Carrion, one of Fort Meade's finest. That is very indicative of the military child.
Good morning, President Gilliland and Vice President Uriah, Dr. Arlotto, and board members. I am proud to be here today as part of Month of the Military Child, speaking on behalf of Fort Meade military families and Meade High School. First, I would like to express my gratitude of having the opportunity to make an appearance among many important figures. As I continue to journey through life and write the full story of Carrion Alexander Green Smith, I promise that I will not let my Fort Meade community down. The main challenge of being a military child, as experienced by me, were the constant and abrupt relocations. My most challenging relocation was my third and final one, sending my family from Virginia to Maryland. I was in the middle of my 6th grade year, and I adapted to the schooling in Virginia, and now I had to move. Everything would be new and unknown. Every challenge presents an opportunity, which is why I believe the joys of being a military student overshadow the challenges. For example, the constant relocations allow me to expand my network and introduce me to the beautiful Fort Meade community. It is not all about the challenges that are presented. A big part of our story is how we attack each challenge in order to overcome them. Overcoming the challenges were probably the hardest part of the experience, but after successfully overcoming each challenge, I became joyful and found myself in a position that I could have only dreamed of. Thank you.
Thank you. I know we are going to come down for a photo at this time. Okay.
This is the comic relief part, right? Thank you, Mr. Gray. I was hoping to make sure I could see everybody. Everybody on their tippy toes back there. Okay, everybody, here we go. We're going to take a few shots. And just lower that corner just up, and then raise that. Just a little bit too much. There. Right there. All right, everybody, here we go. Take two. Jones, you need to get a picture? Come on, John. We're good. Okay. Thank you. Good.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. Well done. All right. I'll see you there.
And we do have a couple of board comments. Yeah, actually, any other military families in the audience that would like to stand and be recognized at this time? Making me look bad. I thought there'd be. Okay. At this time, I have a couple of board members that would like to make a couple of comments. And first, I'd like to yield to United States Naval Academy Class of '72, Mr. Live.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a tremendous day recognizing the military child and the military families of Anne Arundel County. Being a Naval Academy graduate and a retired naval officer, you know, I believe I bring a little bit of a different perspective than most. Plus, add to the fact that in just a few short months, my daughter and her two sons, my grandsons, who are the sons of a United States Marine, will be moving back to the area. And so the compact of the military child takes on very, very personal concerns in my family. And I'd like to congratulate the colonel and the captain for their contribution to our community. Our service members, their families, are integral members of the Anne Arundel County community. They contribute to the quality of our life on a daily basis. And I don't think all of us can ever quite understand how deep and how broad that commitment is. If you recall, just our last meeting, we had Senator Barbara Mikulski here, and she reminded us that Fort George G. Meade is not only a sprawling military complex, as a matter of fact, I believe it is now the second largest Army fort by population in the country. But it's also a compassionate assignment post, recognizing the opportunities and the services that are provided by Anne Arundel County Public Schools in support of the children of our families in the military as they are deemed required some unique services. So I'm very proud to be part of this Board of Education, very proud to be part of our county that welcomes with open arms the families of the United States military. And I congratulate the CEO of Fort George G. Meade and the CEO of the Naval Support Activity for a job well done. And bravo Zulu, which means great job.
Thank you, Mr. Leib. Now yield to our Vice President, who's the daughter of a major in the United States Marine Corps, Mr. Rea.
Thank you. So I'm a military child as well, and I just want to say thank you so much for mentioning CRASC and the work we did with Fort Meade and NSA Annapolis. CRASC and I have wanted to do that since I was in middle school, because military children, being so close to the Naval Academy, as Mr. Leib said, are coming here and going here frequently. And I just want to say a quote that my mom told me a couple days ago, because, long story, but she sent me a quote, and it said that military children will say goodbye or see you later to more people that they love by the age of 10 than more people will in their life. And I think that just signifies how much love that military children have for their family, their community, and just the world around them. And I think that really signifies what Anne Arundel County is doing, as long as NSA Annapolis and Fort Meade and Meade High School for our military children, is trying to support them as they get ready and have to go through so many things that not every child has to. So I want to thank you all, and thank you for coming out and speaking as a military child as well. So thank you.
Thank you. And then another veteran of the United States Navy, Miss Antoine.
Thank you. As a veteran of the United States Navy, I will not make any Army jokes with the garrison commander here. But I want to commend you all for your service first and foremost. Thank you. I want to commend the military wives and other spouses, and I certainly want to commend the students and the children of military service members. It is a family unit that is unique and like no other. Carrion came here and talked about the positives, and I thought that was very strong of him, because there are some heavies that go along with being a military child, being uprooted from all you know suddenly to accommodate the needs of a bigger mission. I appreciate his speech. I appreciate what the commanders had to share. I appreciate the principals and the teachers who make those adjustments even this semester. When students have to transfer in, you help them to acclimate to a whole new world. I would request that the public understand that this is not an easy thing to do, and some of these events are so traumatic that they affect these students for a lifetime, not just for a few years. So I thank you all for your strength, for your community involvement, and certainly thank you to the students who are making some big decisions and some heavy decisions, but they're invoking the positives as Carrion has done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine. And again, thank you for being here today. This time we'll move to item 2.06, which is Educator of the Month. Ms. Antoine.
Me again. Today, the Board of Education recognizes an educator in our school system who truly emulates a teacher's love for her job, her students, and her school. She has been a member of her school community for over 10 years and is so appreciated by teachers and staff, and she is loved by the families she serves. Maya Denson teaches 5th grade at Oakwood Elementary, and one of her main roles is the math lead teacher for her school. In this role as math lead, she has been the champion of transforming math instruction at Oakwood. She communicates the initiatives of the elementary math office and works with staff to bring the newest components of math curriculum and instruction to life in the classrooms. She helps to identify needs within the staff and creates meaningful professional development opportunities to help math instruction continually improve and meets the needs of her students. Maya's classroom serves as a model for other teachers in creating rigorous instruction for all levels. In light of teachers tackling new curriculum and changing content, Maya always remains positive and works to be a problem solver for any challenge that may arise. She seeks out solutions and ideas rather than dwell on the challenges. She seeks to listen and support concerns, but also keeps the conversations moving forward and regards everyone with respect. And my pages are stuck together. Outside of her classroom, Ms. Denson has coordinated and facilitated math family nights to promote positive math interactions for families and help them learn strategies and ideas to support their learners at home. Maya also serves as the chair of the Science Committee, where she facilitates the science fair and was a key member in helping Oakwood receive the distinction of Maryland Green School. For the past several years, Maya has directed a free reading summer camp for students in the community, where under her guidance, students receive extra language arts instruction in the morning and experience the fun of summer camp in the afternoon. She volunteers her time to coordinate, plan, and execute the camp. She also works to run fundraisers to provide students with free meals and snacks, bus transportation, field trips, and provides numerous books for participating students. Her fundraising efforts ensure that the program remains entirely free for our students. Outside of her commitment to the program, Maya works as part of the Oakwood team to implement the extended day program where additional math and reading support are offered. Maya Denson, you play a critical role in the academic achievement and success of the students of Oakwood Elementary. Your perseverance does not go unnoticed, and for these reasons and more, the board is honored to recognize you as Educator of the Month for April 2019. Congratulations, Maya.
Please come up.
So what brought you here today?
They said it was getting soda for some math lead stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here that you want to recognize?
So the ladies and Mr. Kling that I work with, along with my family that is all along that back row. I could not do it without any of you.
Oh.
Thank you. Item 2.07 is Employee of the Month. Mrs. Corkadell.
Today we honor an employee in our school system whose colleagues refer to as their, quote, treasure. The school, Shadyside Elementary. The employee, the very one and only Miss Donna Galloway, teacher's aide for special education. Miss Galloway works with several students on an individual basis, and although she has her own caseload, she is constantly providing support for all students in the classroom, always bringing out the best in all of them. As a former substitute at Shadyside, Donna was highly sought after and booked solid because teachers knew that she would run their class efficiently and challenge students to work their hardest when the teacher was absent. One teacher had this to say: "Some of my students' best work came when Miss Galloway was subbing because she encouraged them to work their hardest to, quote, try to surprise and impress their teacher when she came back." Donna is truly dedicated to Shadyside. She has volunteered during her own personal time to make a new student feel comfortable. She also assists in the after-school homework club and helps the neediest students to complete homework that may not be completed at home. Donna always fills in as a substitute on a minute's notice, with a smile, of course. She has a go-to attitude and will do whatever is needed. She always provides a warm and caring environment. Last summer, during a power outage, when students had to be kept on the bus for 90 minutes, Donna went from bus to bus in the pouring rain to relay messages, get students off the bus to use the restroom, and calm the nerves of many of our youngsters. Miss Galloway is creative in her approach in helping struggling students. Her goal is to make sure that the students understand the content of what is being taught. She is bright, motivated, a quick learner, and has the ability to digest volumes of information. She is confidential with student information and always has their best interests at heart. Donna has demonstrated the ability to articulate information and ideas and still be encouraging with her words. She is always welcoming students as they arrive in the morning with a bright smile, an encouraging word, and a high five. Donna Galloway, you are an integral part of Shadyside Elementary School. Teachers always know that you can be counted on and that students will behave properly and learn in your presence. There is a mutual respect in the classroom that you demand, and students thrive when you are around. You have built relationships with so many students at Shadyside, even though you do not work directly with them in your job capacity. When a group of fifth graders were asked why they connect with you so well, their answer was, "She just gets us." So, on behalf of the Board of Education, the students, teachers, and staff at Shadyside, and all of Anne Arundel County Public Schools, we congratulate you on being selected Employee of the Month for April 2019. Please come up and be recognized.
So, how did they get you here this morning?
And my spouse was supposed to get an award.
And who would you like to recognize this morning with you?
My principal, Mr. Casey, is amazing. My spouse, Kathy, my soon-to-be daughter-in-law, and our school counselor.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your education.
Thank you. Item 2.08 is the Volunteer of the Month for April. Mrs. Hummer.
A leader is someone who has a vision and can communicate that vision in such a way that others will follow. A volunteer is someone who contributes time, effort, and talent to meet a need. Combine the two and you have magic. Today we are here to celebrate the dedication of a magical volunteer. Miss Danielle Moran, the Board of Education is thrilled to honor you as our April 2019 Volunteer of the Month. Ms. Moran wears a great many hats at Southern High School. She serves as PTSO president, created a PTSO Facebook page, created the communications committee, organizes faculty and staff luncheons, tidies up the concession stand to prepare for game days, and even co-chairs the Sports Booster Club. This is particularly remarkable as she currently does not have a child playing a sport at the school. One of the most notable contributions Ms. Moran has made to the school is through her work as chair of the Prom Breakfast Committee. According to Assistant Principal Audra Whalen, Ms. Moran led a team of volunteers that transformed the school into a beach for a very successful prom breakfast. This was a year-long endeavor that included countless hours of planning and preparation. Students had a large variety of food options to choose from, and nearly everyone left with some sort of prize. Principal Feuerhard went on to explain, Ms. Moran organized all of this, reaching out to vendors, setting up, supervising the event, and cleaning up after the event. Students were amazed when they walked in the door, and they stayed until the very end. Words cannot express how much the Southern High School community benefits from this event. Ms. Moran takes her role as PTSO president very seriously. According to PTSO member Keontae Smith, Ms. Moran makes a point to promote teamwork among the parents, teachers, and students at Southern High. One example of this was noted by PTSO Vice President Valerie Bell, who said, Danielle recognized that our PTSO included our students, so she ensured that each class had a student representative and had them bring class reports to each PTSO meeting, reminding our students that they are valued. Keontae Smith summed up Ms. Moran's impact by saying, Danielle's uncanny ability to solve essentially every problem presented to her is a large part of the reason why the school's events are both successful and memorable. She is volunteering personified. Ms. Moran, you are a great asset to Southern High School and the entire Anne Arundel County Public Schools community, and we are truly grateful for your years of service as a volunteer and for your willingness to share your magic. Please come forward. With great appreciation, I'd like to present you with your Volunteer of the Month certificate and bell. Congratulations. Now you can use this at your PTSO meetings. Get them in line. So how did they get you
here this morning?
I was getting money for Southern High, so I'm a little bummed. The Southern's not getting money,
But, no, I don't have a check for you, but I gave you a bell. So
Okay.
that works. I'll take that. And so who all's here for you today?
our principal, my PTSO vice president, partner in crime, one of my daughters, and my husband.
Fabulous. Well, congratulations. Thank you for all you do, and stick around. We're going to take some more pictures in just a minute.
Thank you very much. We have just a couple of quick items, and then we're going to have a short recess for the photos momentarily. At this point, item 2.09 is school and community highlights. Mrs. Ellis.
Just a couple of things over the past couple of weeks. I had the opportunity to attend the Central Maryland Chamber of Commerce's Spirit of the Community Awards. It was a wonderful event held at the Live Casino New Event Center, and several of our educators and support staff were honored there, as well as public safety personnel. It was a wonderful event. And this past weekend, several of us were able to attend the convention of the National Boards of Education, and we learned lots of great things. There were so many wonderful sessions that I was able to get in depth in some education issues that I'm really looking forward to working with our board, my fellow board members, to bring about and talk about some best practices that are being done all over the country. Thanks.
Thank you. Mrs. Shahheim.
Back on March 26th, I attended our County Executive Stuart Pittman's District 5 budget hearing. It was incredibly well attended. I think probably the most attended of all of them, and it was really lovely to hear that the number one issue from constituents in my district is education issues and proper funding for that. So that was lovely to hear. And as Ms. Ellis said, a bunch of us went to the NSBA conference last weekend in Philly. It was wonderful. The speakers were incredible and inspiring, and it was a wonderful learning experience. I know for myself, and I'm fairly sure for everyone who attended, and I was glad to be a part of it, and glad to looking forward to putting those things that I learned to use here. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Anschwein.
Thank you. So I have not seen you all in a month, and I do not apologize for that. I have been very involved in the community to include the recent budget hearings in District 1. I appreciate the opportunity and the flexibility of you all to allow me to do that. What came out of that is much of what Ms. Shahheim shared. The community is strong about education, and that helps. That helps tremendously. I also attended the Family Involvement Conference in District 1. That conference was so well coordinated. Most importantly, I got to meet moms and dads outside of a standard forum who were very transparent in the things that they needed for their children, and we learned from the very dynamic speaker on solutions when these things occur as parents. The Family Involvement Conference also allowed us to share how we can best perform as families in a school system's community to improve even when things are well established. So that was fun. Then the Spirit of Community Awards. I really want to commend all of the nominations and the winners. Just hearing that and knowing that people outside of our school system recognizes your hard work, I hope encourages you to keep doing what you do, because it is working, it is positive, and it is needed. Finally, I attended a host of community forums in District 1. I thank you, first of all, for your confidence in me to share your concerns. I also thank you for allowing me to bring those things back to the board for positive action and positive solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anschwein. Mrs. Hummer.
Yes, I'd love to visit schools and see our kids in action, and I was able to attend Monarch Global Academy, and to listen in on some of their IB primary years program final presentations for sixth graders. It's an amazing opportunity where they identify a community issue and problem and research it and come up with possible solutions and then present it to a group. And it's a wonderful culminating event to see all the skills they've built up to that. We are very fortunate to have so many IB programs from elementary up to high school throughout our system. For those who don't know, we have more IB programs than any other school system in North America. So that was a great day. It is the time of year for musicals and plays at the schools, and so the West Side Story at Arundel High School was amazing. Who would have thought that those boys could dance like they danced? And then I saw The Lion King Jr. at Hillsmere Elementary, which was a fabulous production, and they had a hyena who could do the hyena laugh. That was worth every minute of it just to hear this hyena boy. I've also attended the Family Involvement Conference with Ms. Antwine and Mr. Gilliland, and that was a great opportunity. Love seeing so many parents out getting involved and working to be better parents and support us in the school system and us supporting them. Ms. Urea and I went to Brightview Assisted Living in Severna Park and had a community meeting with the folks there, and let me tell you, they were up on things. They asked, you name a question, and they asked it. They knew what was going on in our schools, and they were incredibly supportive and wanting to know what is happening and what is going on and what kind of programs we have. So that was a great evening. Then last week I also attended Taste of Glen Burnie to celebrate at Glen Burnie High School, celebrating their Diversity Week. They had over 20-something restaurants from the community with great food and a huge turnout of families and children there. So that was a great way to wrap up that week. And then I went to the NSBA conference with my other fellow board members, which is always a great way to enrich our knowledge and bring back some ideas, and also a great way for us to see that when we look at best practices, there are many things that we are ahead of the game on throughout the country, and then there's always things we can learn to be even better. I focused on attending sessions on equity and student mental health so that we could bring back, looking at some other things going on throughout the country so that we could address those hot issues more in depth with our students. So it was a great weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you give us a sense of what that hyena laugh was like?
I cannot at all. It is not replicable, but I mean, every time he did it, everybody went, whoa, it was amazing. Maybe we can invite him to a board meeting and do his hyena for us. I second that.
Miss Urea.
Is that a motion? Because I second that. But so yes, I also had the wonderful opportunity with Miss Hummer to attend Brightview Severna Park, where I actually work on the weekends. They were always like, "Oh, Josie, come on in." So I was like, "Okay." And so we got to talk with a bunch of residences about what the school system's doing, and a lot of them actually were fellow principals, fellow teachers that had retired and now live there. So they knew their stuff, as Ms. Hummer said. Definitely, it was amazing. And then I also had the wonderful opportunity to. Last week on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I went to the Maryland Association of Student Councils convention in Ocean City. So it was really cool networking with a bunch of student leaders from across Maryland, talking about current upcoming mental health issues. There was a guest speaker talking about your power of student voice. And then I drove straight from there, straight to Philadelphia for the NSBA conference, which was wonderful. I also got to network with student members from across the nation. There weren't that many, but there was a couple, and it was awesome, really getting to know what their school board's doing, knowing what their current topics are, and how they navigate being a student on the board. They're always like, whoa, you have voting rights? But yeah, and the sessions that I focused on were, there was this new happiness, I'm probably calling it something wrong, but happiness curriculum that is started from the Harvard, and Dr. Arlotto explained how that's currently being looked into as well, and I thought that was really interesting with the Orange Frog. And then I also went to another session about overcoming the barriers of of poverty, and how school systems across the nation that have high area of farm students try to push them to still excel. So it was really neat. Thank you.
Between hyenas and orange frogs, you never know what we're going to talk about here. Item 2.10 is the superintendent's update. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just have one update. For those, I think most of you know that 2020 is a census year, so you are soon to be counted. And Anne Arundel County and our county executive and others had a press conference at the beginning of last week to announce this upcoming census and the work that's going on in the committee that will be doing that work. We're certainly going to play a large part in that and assisting the county in making sure that everybody is counted via the school system. With that, the county executive asked that one of our students design the logo for the 2020 census. You see that before you, and Joshua Ramirez, unfortunately, who wasn't able to be with us today, but Joshua Ramirez is a student at Old Mill High School, and his design was picked to be the logo for the Anne Arundel County 2020 census, and there it is before you. Really very cool. So we're very proud of Josh. We're very proud to be part of the census. Thank you. Is that? No, they just have. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a CAC? No CAC report today. So we will take a short recess now for the photos, and then we'll come back with the presentation. Thank you. To reconvene with item 2.12, which is presentation Cultivating Communities of Wellness. Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. Good morning, President Gilliland, Vice President Urea, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Jody Rissy, the Supervisor of Food and Nutrition Services.
And I'm Christiana Walsh, Coordinator of Health, Physical Education, and Dance.
With us today are staff and students from the Wellness Schools of Distinction, along with representation from the Maryland State Department of Education. Thank you for this opportunity to share our achievements and our successes over this past school year. You will hear from this team of individuals how we all came together with one goal in mind, to create healthy students, healthy schools, while we cultivate communities of wellness. On behalf of the Wellness Council, we thank you for this opportunity to share the work that we do and for allowing us to move forward to make a positive impact on the lives of students, staff, families, and the communities we serve.
Before you is the Center for Disease Control's Whole School, Whole Community, Whole Child model, representing the 10 components of a collaborative approach to learning and health. Not only is this model for the CDC, but it's the model adopted by Anne Arundel County Public Schools Wellness Council over 15 years ago.
Since 2004, Anne Arundel County Public Schools aligns the 10 components from the CDC model with the membership of the Wellness Council. Along with monthly meetings, we also maintain a wellness toolkit, which could be found on aacps.org. This resource is a one-stop shop to all wellness initiatives and activities, all within AACPS. It reaches our students, our staff, our families, and the communities, so be sure to check it out today. Next, I would like to introduce Megan Lopes. She's the staff specialist for the Maryland State Department of Education.
Thank you, Jody. For the record, my name is Megan Lopes. I'm a staff specialist in the Office of School and Community Nutrition Programs at the Maryland State Department of Education. It is truly a pleasure to be here and present with AACPS's Wellness Council and school wellness leaders. The State Department of Education is part of the Maryland Wellness Policies and Practices Project. This project is a partnership with the University of Maryland, Baltimore, Department of Health, and the University of Maryland Extension. The project focuses on providing local school systems support on the implementation and evaluation of their wellness policies. In 2018, we released the Maryland School Wellness Scorecard, a tool built from the CDC's School Health Index and other national organizations. The scorecard assesses wellness practices and helps schools identify areas for further implementation. You have a copy of the scorecard in front of you. 2 school systems in Maryland have prioritized having all schools complete the scorecard during 18-19 school year. I'm happy to say AACPS is one of the school systems. So yes, there was a 100% completion rate. All schools have completed the scorecard. AACPS had 2 Wellness Council members meet with administrators at each school. I had the opportunity to join a visit to Botkin Elementary School. I was highly impressed with the dialogue that was taking place with Wellness Council members and local school administrators. By completing the assessment face-to-face with administrators, it allowed council members to help clarify questions about the wellness policy and regulations and discuss feasible best practices for implementation. The data from the scorecard has been compiled by AACPS, and we're beginning to assess the results. I'd like to share 2 data points with you. The section of the scorecard titled Physical Activity Environment looks at physical activity breaks in the classroom and physical activity before and after school. 65% of schools assess themselves as having these practices fully and partially in place. The section of the scorecard titled Nutrition Guidelines, which looks at foods sold and made available to students, 61% of schools assess themselves as having these practices fully or partially in place. So with the results of this year's scorecard, AACPS has strong baseline data available to measure over time. The council plans to conduct the scorecard again during school year 2019 and 20 with all schools. Now I would like to introduce Lisa Rice, a principal at Ferndale Early Education Center. She's going to talk more about what wellness looks like in her school.
Thank you, Megan. For the record, my name is Lisa Rice, principal at Ferndale Early Education Center. It is truly an honor to be here today to share how important wellness is to the students, staff, and the community of Ferndale. April is Healthy Anne Arundel Month, which provides the Wellness Council an excellent opportunity to discuss what is happening in our schools and communities. This year, Ferndale hosted the Wellness Council at our school. The students had the opportunity to not only present how they feel about wellness, but they engaged in discussion and activities surrounding wellness as demonstrated in the community circle. This strategy enhances community among students. Together, they're building a community of confidence, which leads to trust. In the upcoming video, you're about to see one of our wellness partnerships with the University of Maryland Extension. Through this partnership, our students are learning how to plant, grow, tend, and harvest a garden. They also have the opportunity to sample fruits of their labor. It is my honor to share with you some of the students from Ferndale.
We could go around in a circle and say names.
Oh, tell people who you are? Yeah.
So every single time you go, every single time it's to you, then it goes to her, me, him, her, him, her, her.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We forgot that, didn't we?
Around. Yeah. So I will say something about the sweet potato.
Okay, you can say something about the sweet potato.
So, this is me, when you said when you win in a circle. You got the sweet potatoes, you put them in the water, and then you put them in the dirt.
Right.
And then there's roots.
And then there were roots. And did we have a lot of sweet potatoes or just a little bit?
A lot. You get them in the dirt.
You dug them in the dirt?
Yep.
Yeah. When do we get to taste fruits and vegetables?
At lunch.
At lunchtime you get to eat different fruits and vegetables? When else do you get to eat fruits and vegetables?
At school.
At school, yeah? What happens in your classroom each week?
Then do not share.
You get to share? What kinds of foods have you had at school? Remember your stickers you get? What kinds of foods have you tried?
Yogurt.
You tried yogurt?
No.
Cheese. Cheese and yogurt? But what about the fruits and vegetables? What fruits and vegetables have you tried, Joey?
Pumpkins.
You tried pumpkins?
Pumpkin seeds.
You tried pumpkin seeds? Did you like the pumpkin seeds? Yeah? Joey, what's your favorite thing at Ferndale?
Eat once.
That was really cute. Thank you, Lisa, for sharing your students' viewpoint on wellness, and I might actually steal that garden idea like any good teacher. For the record, I am Kimberly Winterbottom, principal of Marley Middle School and a proud product of Anne Arundel County. I am super proud to be a graduate of Bodkin Elementary, Chesapeake Bay Middle School, and Chesapeake High School. The importance of staff wellness and how it contributes to an overall school culture, which ultimately impacts student achievement, cannot be overstated. At Marley Middle School, we implement physical activity events with parents, students, staff, and community. What you're looking at here is one of our teachers who has been trained in the Initiative and Confidence course at Arlington Echo. We utilize these activities from our trainings for students, engaging them in team-building activities at the beginning of the year, and we even host events for our families using these activities as well. We also utilize them during a daily advisory and homeroom period. We get out and about in the community by attending monthly attendance walks. We visit the homes of multiple students who we have identified that need a visit from us. So we're out and about walking through the community, and we also bring them tons of resources and activities for them to bring back into the school the next day to encourage them to come back and visit us. We connect with the families and provide the resources explaining the importance of attending school. We truly believe in the power of connecting with our families, and this is just one way that we impact our students by stepping outside of the school walls and visiting homes. We have multiple wellness-inspired initiatives. Each of our faculty meetings, healthy snacks and food options are provided to encourage healthy choices. Teachers participate in games as well that they are expected to take back to their students to break up the monotony of the day. In addition, we support staff mental wellness by sending out monthly handwritten postcards to all of our staff members. These are some pictures from some of our staff wellness initiatives that we happen to participate in outside of the building. We had about 60 to 70 staff participate in a Navy game this year. We always go to an Orioles field trip. And these are pictures from some of our running events, and then we do some leadership and bowling events outside of the building as well. We take staff wellness to heart. When people enjoy their jobs and look forward to coming to work, they perform and feel much better, which ultimately impacts our students.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Patrick Gelinas. I'm the principal of Annapolis High School. With me this morning is Miss Mary Kay Connerton. She's our wellness coordinator. We also brought 3 Annapolis High School students with us. Who better to talk about our wellness program than our students? So to my left is Jenna Wooster. She's our wellness club president. And off to the side are students Capri Savoy and Daniel Duran, who will join us in a couple of minutes. While I'm, of course, beyond proud to say that Annapolis High School is a wellness school of distinction, the true purpose of being here today is to share with you how wellness, mindfulness, and a focus on mental health is present in all parts of our instructional program, not just for our students, but for our staff and for the families of our students as well. Our wellness program has 4 distinct pillars, which are up on the screen: wellness in the classroom, wellness enrichment, employee wellness, and community wellness. And each of them aligns with the work of the AACPS Wellness Council. At this time, I'm going to ask our wellness coordinator, Ms. Connerton, to share with you information regarding our wellness program and just a few of our wellness initiatives.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gelinas. Good morning, everybody. As Mr. Gelinas shared with you, our 4 distinct pillars enables us to have wellness be the web that ties us all together. Up on the screen, you will see monthly initiatives. These themes are guided from national wellness themes along with local needs in our community, and they basically are what steer our wellness program month to month. In fact, this month is Think Global, Act Local, and we're going to be offering different lessons within our advisory on the environment, on domestic violence, and on juuling and vaping. Our first pillar I'm going to talk about is wellness in the classroom. So this includes brain boosts within all learning environments. So whether that means a distinct push-in conducted by myself, or online streaming with videos or professional developments for teachers. We're also proud to say that we are the first school to offer the first yoga and mindfulness PE elective called Stretch Your Wellness in the county. It is now offered in several high schools, and Annapolis High is a model school for that. Our next pillar is wellness enrichment. So this includes wellness pullouts, where students are strategically pulled to come and experience wellness strategies to assist with their learning and their personal and professional growth. We also provide self-care opportunities for our athletes. We also have a plethora of wellness-related clubs that students can choose from during Panther Hour. Lastly, we have community partner visits. An example actually happens to be today at 1 o'clock. Caring Canines will be coming. They provide us with 5 therapy dogs once a quarter to offer test anxiety relief. Our next pillar, employee wellness. We too have a lot of stock that goes into employee wellness because we are proud to be employees of Annapolis High School and AACPS. We offer monthly opportunities for employees to take part in self-care practices and to build community. So we have social outings, we'll have kickball games, we have weekly yoga classes. These are just some few to name that tie in with this pillar. And lastly, we have community wellness. As one of the leaders of our charter, which is called Connecting Communities, we reach out to the community to offer 2 at least wellness events per quarter, both on and off campus. This month, we are going to have Annapolis Runs for Love on the last Saturday of the month, Saturday, April 27th. And this is going to be raising money to grow awareness for domestic violence for the One Love Foundation and our local YWCA.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Connerton. At this time, I'd love for Jenna Wooster to tell you a little bit more about some of our artifacts that are taking place in our classrooms.
All right, hello. Can you hear me? I cannot tell if I'm close enough. For the record, my name is Jenna Wooster. I'm going to be demonstrating some of the artifacts in our chill stations. Our chill stations are small sections of the classroom dedicated to wellness. These stations can have affirmations, calming oils, or items like this. A breathing stick is just a pipe cleaner and 6 beads to help calm and de-stress students. So with these sticks, you move 1 bead from each side to the other for each inhale and exhale. So it'd be inhale to the side and exhale to the side. By the end of the stick, you've taken 3 deep breaths. And even if you're not breathing, it's just a fun thing to fidget with. To pretty much close out my little section, I'm going to invite my fellow classmates, Capri, class of 2019, and Daniel, class of 21, to lead us in different yoga exercises. I invite you guys to stand if you'd like to participate, but of course do so at your own leisure. So we are going to be demonstrating tree pose and a modified triangle pose. So to start, they will root their right foot firmly into the ground. At your own pace, you can raise your left foot to the right ankle. If you feel comfortable, you can follow Capri as she raises her foot higher. So typically you can keep your hands to your heart like Daniel or raise them up and out like Capri. That's tree pose. So we will now be led in triangle pose, a modified version. So standing shoulder width apart, raise your right arm up and stretch over to the left for a lateral stretch. And now do the same thing on the other side. You guys have just done yoga. So thank you to Daniel and Capri, as well as those of you who did participate. Thank you.
Good job.
So in closing, on behalf of the Wellness Council, we thank Dr. Arlotto for his continued support and Monique Jackson for her vision and leadership.
It is evident that Anne Arundel County is not only leading the state, but the nation in wellness initiatives. We are truly #better together.
In health and wellness, we thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Christie, and to the entire team. And Jenna, Capri, and Daniel, thank you for challenging us. I would just say, you referenced the Shamrock Run. I know what happens at the end of the Shamrock Run, so that's wellness for me. We have a couple of board lights. Mrs. Schallheim.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. I had the joy of participating in one of the Wellness Council meetings at Annapolis High, and it was fabulous. And I love everything about what you're doing. I just have a couple questions about the report card and the statistics. And so help me understand about there was a 65% on physical activity environment and 61 on nutrition guidelines. Do we know what things we can work even harder on to improve specifically?
Sure, I think I can answer that for you. Again, for the record, Jody Risty, Supervisor of Food and Nutrition Services. The scorecard, the 2 pillars that are primarily looked at are the nutrition guidelines and the physical activity. In the physical activity, we weighed those before and after school and how they were community enriched. That's something that we're looking at, of having more families engage in a larger amount of elementary schools. And then for the nutrition education, the biggest thing that popped out when we did the scorecard is how do we embed the nutrition staff, so our servers, our managers, our cashiers in the kitchens, with the teachers in the classroom. So they're there for a very limited time, and that was something that we scored low on. But when we looked at it, we thought we really don't have our staff there all day. They're only there for 3.5 hours or 4 hours. So that was something that we were definitely looking at on the nutrition side, along with when we sample new items, when we're looking at new menu items, we often ask our students. They're the ones who, they're having the, we're keeping them fueled for learning. One of the questions was, do you ask family and students about your menu? And we don't do as much with the family, so that's the other area we're going to be working on.
Wonderful. And so just to be clear, so every school doesn't withhold for physical activity for punishment, and every elementary school does at least 20 minutes and those sorts of things. We were really high on those. What brought us down was the family engagement piece.
Correct.
Okay. Is there any school that doesn't prioritize the recess, that if it's applicable, or has any sort of policy on the books that withholds it as a punishment that we know about?
They do not, but the question is, was it before lunch? So we think with the with the scorecard, and we've talked to MSDE about it as well as University of Maryland, we're going to do it a second year to really get that baseline data and see where it moves. But the question specifically says, is it held before lunch?
Oh.
So again, the questions were pretty specific, so we answered them exactly how the toolkit in the scorecard is labeled. So we believe we have so much more to do with the scorecard. We'll do it again, and then I'm sure in our true AACPS fashion, it'll probably be morphed into more of a collective CDC approach.
Wonderful.
We, Anne Arundel and Dorchester were the only two school systems that fully implemented it during this 18-19 school year. So we are learning some of what's worked and not worked. While we had LEAs review the assessment, we never did a lot of testing ahead of time with the tool, so we are learning sort of some of the kinks of what we may need to clarify a little bit more in terms of the dialogue.
Perfect. Is there a reasoning about the pre-lunch versus post-lunch with the physical activity? Is one better than the other in the eyes of MSD? Or?
There are some nationally, there's some things that have come out about some of the best practices, having physical activity before lunch. But it's, again, there's a lot of factors to take into consideration with scheduling.
Absolutely.
And all of that, so we recognize that at the state level.
Perfect. Thank you all again so much. It was a wonderful presentation, and I'm really proud of what we do as a school system.
Thank you.
Ms. Sanchwein.
Well, what has been demonstrated is how effective wellness is. It makes the day brighter, right? No matter how gloomy you are, bringing the wellness and the focuses help tremendously. And thank you for this awesome presentation. Before I go into my questions, I wanted to commend you, Jody. All the way to Philadelphia, we were at our NSBA conferences. And while they were talking about food and nutrition, and vendors were talking about how they can make things better, we as Anne Arundel County were setting the stage. When they mentioned we could do this, we do that, we do that. Oh, we already do that. And that is commendable, so thank you for that. I want to also say in District 1, I had the opportunity to see wellness at work, from the teachers to the students with our EEE programs and otherwise the community circles. I saw them in action, and it made all the difference, and it's throughout the day, which is awesome as well. I love the video, by the way. But what I really appreciated about the wellness, which is so important to any wellness, is the self-pacing, the self-motivating, the self-decisions to get better within and outside of themselves, and the opportunities all of the schools have allowed. My question is the 65% with mandates for things like PE and at the high school level, the sports that come involved, are those numbers considered when they're doing these assessments, or these programs outside of those types of programs?
So I think I can answer that. Physical activity in general, I think, is what they're looking at on this report card. They do address physical education, because that is a state mandate. They ask about before and after school activities. I think when we talk about before and after school at the elementary level, it's more what is the school offering. When we get to middle school, it's about what the school is offering, whether it be Girls on the Run, Boys on the Run, Hero Boys. And then at the high school, I think we look at it on a sports lens. It doesn't call out athletics in the scorecard. are. That might be something that we could address with MSD as they move forward. But I think it's all encompassing of all of the types of physical activity we offer our students.
Oh, thank you. And I was glad you clarified what brought the number down was the family involvement. But I have to say that we even announced today with Educator of the Month how the family involvement piece is very strong in our county, in our school system. So perhaps they're not assessing all of what we're doing, or I'm trying to understand how they can give us a score of 65 with an excellent program.
I think the score is not representative of really what we do. So what we learned, and I know having Megan with us when we did so, 2 folks from the Wellness Council go out to each school. So we all interpret it a little bit differently, right? So I think moving forward, we're going to have more scripted questions. Like if they ask us questions about nutrition, and I'll just talk about nutrition, we do a tasting of the rainbow all the time. So obviously they have it. They're not even thinking to tell us that. So I mean, as the first time doing it, we learned so much. We would go back to the Wellness Council meetings and everybody would be abuzz of what they learned and how we all looked at it with a different lens because we are representing all the different areas. So social and emotional looked at it maybe different than nutrition and physical education. So we're really proud of the 65%, and when you look at how many have it fully in place, it's a great number, and it's really a great baseline for us to grow those areas. And I'm gonna look at that nutrition piece with family for me. I never ask the parents. But after this whole process, I'm like, you know, I'm going to ask the parents, but I still need to make sure that the students are really the ones with the voice because they're the ones that are having the lunch.
Thank you.
Great. There are no further board questions. So above all, let me just say thank you for this presentation. This has been a great presentation. I know there was an amazing amount of work that went into this, but then certainly it's the work that's done on a day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month basis that led us here. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and thanks to our students. I appreciate you guys taking time out of your busy days to spend some time with us, to our principals and staff for making this a priority. The partnership with both the University of Maryland, Baltimore, and MSDE, so thank you for that. Jody and Christiana, you guys are wonderful, and leadership from Mrs. Jackson is just incomparable. So thank you for your continued work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next item is public comment, and as of a few moments ago, I still had no cards, so confirming no cards? Okay. We'll now move to departmental reports. Item 4.01 is safety and security report.
Good morning, President Gilland, Vice President Urea, members of the Board of Education, and Dr. Arlotto. For the record, I am Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support. I am providing the monthly update on security as requested. For your situational awareness, we have started working through the camera refresh utilizing the infusion of security funds from our former county executive. Specifically, the refresh will focus on the interior and exterior cameras to enhance the ability of school staff to utilize the point, tilt, and zoom features. On March 27th, you received a link via the media coverage update with the WMAR story titled The Journey of a Tip, how the new app is preventing tragedy in Maryland schools, taking you through the journey of exactly what happens once a tip is received at the Maryland Center. The Maryland Center reports for the entire state of Maryland, tips since the October inception has been 304 total, with 11 being for Anne Arundel County Public Schools. As of March the 1st, there were 19 reports to our Anne Arundel County Public Schools tip line. We continue, and I reiterate, we continue to get the most valuable information from building relationships with our students so that they can feel comfortable immediately sharing information with a staff member. And speaking of relationships, next month's update will highlight some of the partnerships that we have with Annapolis and Anne Arundel County Police. And in addition to that, what I have learned from my school visits and listening to teens at Teen Advisory. As we have said numerous times, student voice is so important to us. And as such, finally, Mr. Batten met with CRASC to get their input on potential mass reunification procedures from the student perspective. Additionally, he continues to collaborate with stakeholders such as Fort Meade to ensure that there is consistent communication between all essential parties. Thank you, and that concludes the update, and I am now available to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. Ms. Antwine.
Ms. Jackson, thank you for taking those actions from last month and bringing them back to us. I appreciate the demonstration as well as the information you shared. I have 3 questions, please. One, there have been some incidents in the last month outside of our, on school grounds, but outside of the actual physical schools. With the camera refresh, how long will that take to look at those cameras and update them and bring them up to par?
I will give you a better idea of how long that will take. It depends on the vendor. We are sort of at the vendor's mercy in this case because it's not work that we're doing ourselves. But I can get you an update, a periodic update on where we are. We started the work, and so I will give you periodic updates on how long that we expect for that to take.
Yes, ma'am. And then the incidents that are happening, I wanted to be able to see if there was a pattern in some areas of our school system compared to others. Is it possible to get maybe a 3 to 5 year report of incidents that have occurred on school grounds that especially in terms of hate, that we can identify and support for next, not right now, but at least for next month, a list of those incidents that have occurred?
What I'm going to ask you to do, if you don't mind, ma'am, is to provide clarification of your question to Dr. Arlotto, and then so that we could give you the information, in your monthly meeting with him, so that we could give you the information that you're specifically seeking, to make sure that, first of all, we do have possession of that information, and if we don't, to maybe point you in the right direction. Okay.
So instead of looking down, I'll email you, Dr. Arlotto, more information about what I'm requesting, and I would appreciate that though we bring this back publicly once I get the question there, please, next month. And then finally, the partnerships in Anne Arundel County, thank you for that. I think that's an excellent idea, especially with our budget coming up at the county level. It's important to understand how we integrate and support one another across the county. I understand that the police department is invited. Is the fire department invited as well?
Oh, no, I will just be giving an overview of what we're doing, how they interact with our schools and some of the programs. Yes.
Could we also expand that then to how we interact with the fire department as well?
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further board questions or comments? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you all so much.
Item 4.02 is the bullying prevention report. Just lighten it up.
Good morning, President Gilliland, Vice President Urea, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. For the record, I am Sally Egan, Assistant Superintendent for Student Support Services. I am joined this morning by Ms. Susan Love for the purpose of providing a monthly update on bullying as requested. As our strategic plan indicates, relationships are what matter to students. Students will share social challenges and possible bullying incidents with staff they know and trust. Counselors, administrators, teachers, and supporting services staff are an integral part of creating a safe environment where students can address concerns. A proactive approach to developing a safe environment and strategies for self-advocacy at the high school level are a school-wide focus on these issues. This report will be an overview of the highlights of efforts at the high school level. The school year starts with staff reviewing the bullying policy and the code of conduct lessons, which outline consequences for bullying behaviors. On a more positive note, systemic campaigns such as Unity Day, Kindness Awareness, Red Ribbon Week, See Your Strengths, Kindness Rocks, Gilson's Day of Silence, which emphasizes the importance of kindness, respect, and appreciation of diversity in our culture, are held. Our One Love workshops are offered at a couple of schools that address unhealthy relationships and dating violence. Many high schools incorporate multi-tiered systems of support, such as PBIS, which is Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports, and restorative practices to reinforce positive behaviors. Several of our high schools have received training and are in the process of implementing these practices. There are many advisory lessons at the high school level that cover bullying prevention, harassment, respect for differences, inclusion, and digital citizenship. Last week, actually 2 weeks ago now, Glen Burnie High School held a Diversity Week, which highlighted speakers and activities to further inform and educate students about the value of diversity. Our system continues to create authentic cultural experiences so that students embrace a diverse culture and show appropriate respect. Finally, in addition to the small groups that counselors hold on various social emotional topics, counselors may select to deliver lessons which include introduction to conflict, conflict-style outcomes, different viewpoints, identifying bias and perspective, and steps for solving interpersonal conflict. The practices of AACPS counselors are consistent with the National School Counseling Mindset and behavioral standards. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. We have a couple of questions.
Okay.
Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. Expanding on that, it's on my understanding at the last meeting, a citizen brought to us a bullying report on Anne Arundel County. I wanted to understand from you all how that report affects how we manage and operate here. What kind of weight does that report, I think it was a state report, what kind of weight that carries in terms of how we're managing bullying within our school system?
Okay.
Good morning again, Monique Jackson. I am not familiar. I would need some more information on the bullying report you're referencing. Sure. Could you, again, get that information to Dr. Arlotto, and we could give you a clearer definition, or?
Sure. I think you might be referring to the Anne Arundel County Council resolution. Didn't they create a resolution and they created a bullying report through the health department? I think that's what you're talking about.
So I received a bullying report that I understood came from the state about Anne Arundel County and the resolution came from that report is what I understood. So I was trying to see if seeing that you guys are not familiar, I will forward this report that I received over to Dr. Arlotto, and the entire board received it. Let me clarify that. But I'll forward it to you, Dr. Arlotto. I just want to know from that report how we are responding to what was put out there. A lot of what was in there, you all have already presented to us. We just want, if there are gaps to be filled, we want to make sure we do that, and we want to continue leading the way in bullying prevention.
Absolutely, and that is a good segue into what we've been doing, and that's why I have been going to the middle schools and working with Teen Advisory to make sure that there's no disconnect between what the data presents and what our students are actually saying. And so I've been doing half an hour to hour visits at middle schools across the county, and it was a superintendent's teen advisory agenda item last month so that I could get greater insight into what the data says, vice what our students who are living it every single day, not what they tell our parents, because sometimes if you play the game of telephone, it gets lost. The first time you tell someone information, it gets lost. And so I wanted to hear it directly from the students.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Schallheim.
Thank you so much for your report. I really appreciate it. I have a question about assemblies related to bullying prevention in all schools. I assume that they happen, right? And then do they happen equitably across the county? Does every school have, say, a year or whatever the figure is?
When you say assembly, I'm going to take that to mean gathering of students.
Yes.
So there are, I would venture to say, I don't have the data, I've not taken data on that, but I would venture to say most of our schools gather students in some format. whether it be in town halls, like Severna Park Middle School just did, small, intimate settings, depending upon the student population and the best needs. What we found over the years is sometimes an assembly of over 200 to 50 to 500 kids is not the best way to learn, just like you don't, I will quote, I don't remember who said this, but you don't gather kids in an auditorium to teach them math, right?
Right.
And so we are going to work with our students in the mode that they learn best. And what we found, especially for middle school students, is that they learn best when they're among their peers in small settings. And then to answer you the second part of your question, no, it's not equitable, and I wouldn't expect it to be equal because across the county, because again, we have tasked our principals to meet the unique needs of their school system. So what may be appropriate at Severna Park may not be appropriate at Southern High School, for example, and in the learning modality especially, and the content. The issues are data-driven, and so we ask principals and their leadership teams and our Office of School Performance to take a look at their data, to take a look at their reports and see what grade level, for example. I was a middle school principal, and I know that in September, you have to meet with those 6th graders as soon as they come into your building. And then you meet again with the 8th graders as they're exiting to high school to help them with their transition.
Understood. Thank you for that. And then how is crisis response and the crisis response team? How are they involved? Do they float around through all the schools to let schools know about their services? And I hear that it's happening at some, but not others. I'm just curious. Yeah.
So are you speaking of the Anne Arundel County crisis team? Yes, they are wonderful partners with our school system, and they have made themselves available by presenting at principals meetings. They are part of Ms. Egan's, her expanded team. So they meet. So whereas they may not have a forward role, where people may identify them, a lot of their work is done in the background. So have they touched all over 100 plus schools? Probably not, but they are a really great partner and doing as much as we possibly can, and indirectly helping provide professional development to our school-based staff.
Okay, so they're where am I headed with this? Say a population at a high school wanted them to be at a assembly or some sort of small group setting or whatever the setting is. Is that decision down to the principal to say?
Usually it's the principal in collaboration with Ms. Egan so that she can, as we've said before, our school-based professionals, and we take great care in making sure and making those matches with schools, especially our school-based mental health professionals, and so they know better the needs of the school, and so they're able to take the needs of the school with the services that are being provided.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you so much for today's report. A couple questions. I know you have walked us through the procedures probably multiple times now for when students have some sort of issue that they're concerned about. It's my understanding there's a bullying report and there's an incident report. Am I correct about that? So they're two different things based on the concern?
So the bullying report, if there is a bullying incident that occurs, the incident report is more of an internal mechanism to use at the school level, not just for bullying, but it could range from, something happened in a classroom that they need to. So the incident report is a school-based tool that's used to help administrators in whatever investigation that may occur, or sometimes it helps with our students who are verbal learners that may want to write instead of speak it, or in order to help them tell about something that's happened. So that's the purpose of an incident report that's used at the school level for a myriad of reasons. The bullying report is what is utilized for our school system And as I've stated, as you said on multiple occasions, that that report comes to several offices so that we can continue to work at the school level to help, as Ms. Schellheim sort of alluded to, that when there's a particular issue, maybe we need more staff development in a certain area, maybe we have a certain group of students. You know, again, speaking from the principal perspective, sometimes there are neighborhood issues that you may have to bring a group of students together to work through. Sometimes, again, speaking from the principal perspective, something happens over the weekend on the sports field, and kids bring that to school. And so all of those things help us get the data so that we can act appropriately at the school level.
So you kind of highlighted the reason for my line of questioning, so I just want to take that a little further. So a bullying report involves you. It goes to the Board of Education to get to for data purposes and to ensure that there's follow through and that it's being dealt with. An incident report is internal. Correct? So it stays at the school level.
Yes, ma'am.
So a student may go to the office, go to a staff member and say, I felt threatened today in my lunch period, students surrounded me and I couldn't, whatever, like that would be an incident, correct?
Correct. Or it could be something as simple as something happened in class. I'm having a conflict with a student in class. Again, we'll go back to the sports example. You know, I didn't make the goal and now they're making fun of me. I need to write an incident.
Right, so that would be an incident.
Yes.
And then they come back, let's say a couple days later, complain against the same student. Is that student and is the staff trained in a way to identify when we're moving from an incident to a bullying situation?
Absolutely, because the person that handles it is usually the grade level administrator, the counselor, or the principal.
Okay, and so you're confident that the AACPS staff throughout the system have been trained in a way to identify when we're moving to a bullying situation, and they will aid that student in filing that report.
I'm absolutely confident because I have conducted the training myself.
Okay, great. I'm just trying to
yes.
create that pathway.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then one other question. You mentioned the One Love workshops and said they were happening in a couple of schools. How has that been determined? Which schools, and will that be happening in all the high schools?
I will defer to Ms. Love.
Good morning. Those are determined by the principal and the leadership team at the particular high schools. I know that there is one at Annapolis High School, and I know Mr. Delanis had mentioned a little bit about the One Love workshop. So there's a training that's involved, and they partner with the One Love Foundation around domestic violence and dating violence. So that's the one that I know of that's up and running in the fullest. I was thinking there was a couple of other high schools that are looking into joining that and having that as an activity for students to participate and learn about.
So that's driven by the principal, initiated?
Yes, definitely, most definitely.
Okay.
Mostly students, and again, it goes back to the data. You know, if we have a counselor that's seeing repeatedly over and over that this is an issue, then they will definitely, with the help of Ms. Love, again, we try not to have schools do things in isolation for that reason that you've pointed out, ma'am, that we want to make sure that things are consistent. And so they usually reach out to Ms. Love for that.
We've also partnered with the health coordinator around the One Love because we talk about the whole child, and that was the wellness presentation. So we really work with other departments to coordinate that whole child wellness.
Okay, great. I just want to be careful that awareness doesn't always mean that there's not a need. So if students in one particular school don't reach out, doesn't mean that they wouldn't benefit from that. So
absolutely,
I want to make sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Hummer.
I just have a quick follow-up when we were talking about bullying reports versus incident reports. If a child fills out an incident report at the school, said they want to write it, and the administrator reads it and says, this looks to me like bullying, does the administrator then submit a bullying report?
Yes, it's usually immediately. Okay. Many of the bullying reports are actually submitted by the administrators because of the incident that you just described.
So their determination from incident reports is they'll say this is one that is be handled this way, this one has escalated to a bullying situation, we will fill this out and pass this on to the next level and continue to address it here on the school level.
Absolutely, and sometimes they reach out to those of us here at central office for assistance, such as Ms. Kathy Rockefeller, if there's something that's persistent that they need, and I know Ms. Egan's going to speak about that next month. If there are persistent issues that require perhaps a community circle, those are types of things that we utilize those resources for as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Schallheim.
I want to piggyback on what Ms. Ellis was saying about just because students might not speak up doesn't mean that everyone couldn't benefit from stuff like the One Love presentation. And I wondered about the incident reports again. So they just stay in the school? Do they ever get reported back to you for data collection purposes? And if not, why not?
Because, as I said, some of the things, those things that are sometimes reported on incident reports are really the day-to-day operation of the school. So sometimes, as a principal, things are going to come up that are just part of how you run a school. Sure. And so the major things, we have a major incident report, we have reporting mechanisms to report infractions of the Code of Student Conduct. And so when there is an infraction of the code that occurs, those things are absolutely reported to us.
Okay. I can think of at least one instance where an incident report was filled out, but it was more like an infraction of the. So I just want to make sure that when those things happen, that they actually get addressed. You know, acts of hate, things of that nature. You know, so is there? Would you all ever consider parsing out what is going to be reported back to central office and what isn't, and be more definitive on where that line is?
We do that already through our training of principals. Our principals are very savvy, and our assistant principals are very savvy when it comes to that. Now, is it 100% perfect? Absolutely not. And what I would encourage any member of the board or any member of the community is if they feel like something has not been handled at the school level, number one, reach out to the school principal. And if you have not received satisfaction with that, please make sure that you reach out to the regional assistant superintendent, and that person can always follow up. And I'm in regular communication almost weekly with our regionals.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Urea and then Ms. Ellis. I'm sorry, did you turn yours off?
No, I put my mic on. Thank you so much for all the work that you guys do. I just had a quick question. You mentioned like assemblies and them not being the best way to get students together by data. I was just wondering like what other measures that you think are best to like deliver messages to students, you said. Well, I'm just curious.
What we found when we ask our students is they agree that being together, but they feel that large assemblies, and again, I'm talking about the 500 number, right? Again, when we talk about assemblies, I think everyone has a different definition. Gathering of students is one thing, but a large assembly, they believe is not intimate enough, and they feel like they don't have the opportunity to really ask questions and to have interaction. And so we're looking at ways to still gather our students together, but at the same time, afford them the opportunity to have equity of voice.
So like advisories is what you're saying is a different gathering, but like smaller, more intimate?
Yes, and our students have been really truthful with me, and they have given me ways to improve advisory and given me some ideas for lessons. And so we're going to continue on that journey.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, one more brief question about the incident report. So let's say a parent is dissatisfied with the way an incident was handled and they're seeking to take it further, whatever that is. Do you have guidelines for the in-school staff as far as maintaining of the incident reports, and how is there a length of time that they're required to keep those records for investigative purposes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's established in the...
Absolutely. And again, our principals have been educators. They are teachers and they have been they've been part of professional development every single month, at least twice per month, when some of these issues come up. And so, like I said, to a group of parents that I was speaking to, that sometimes we get the outliers that something hasn't been handled appropriately. But that is few and far between. What we see most often is that children are thankful for the opportunity to be able to voice their issue.
Right, and I see it going both ways, because if someone doesn't feel like something was handled properly, proper maintenance of those records can indicate if things were handled properly.
And again, I will reiterate that if there's something that has not been handled properly, the best way, and I'll go back to me being a Navy wife, is to handle things at the lowest level possible. And so I would encourage anyone who is seeking assistance to start with the school principal and then work their way up through the chain. And that is outlined through our complaint process in our parent handbook.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Mrs. Hummer.
Another clarifying question for you about the bullying versus the incident report.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
I had asked specifically about if a child fills out an incident report, or anyone does, and the school system and the administrators determine it was bullying, then a bullying report is filled out immediately along with, to the next step after the thing. So same thing if a child comes in or a teacher and fills out an incident report, if when the administrator looks at it and determines that there's been an infraction of the student code of conduct, then that is then escalated beyond the incident report, correct?
Yes, ma'am. So it becomes an office referral, or even to some extent a major incident report.
So it's so it wouldn't remain as just an incident report. Correct. It would be handled, each one's handled differently to see what it may be and what the proper course of action then is to follow afterwards.
Correct. And one thing that we say in training is the incident report initiates the action. And so it's simply what we use to initiate the action. Okay. It's not the end-all, be-all, but it gives, it's one means of giving the administrator or the school-based staff the information that they need. The who, what, when, why, where, and how. And usually that's what's listed on the incident report so that our students can...
And then they can go on from there.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Working
I just wanted to thank you guys for the thoroughness of reports, and just share personally that when one of my children had a bullying incident, that not only was the reporting and the process handled very well, but also that interaction and those one-on-one communications between the parents, collaboratively, the bus driver, everybody, the response was, to me, beyond adequate, and is definitely noteworthy. That to see that in action is definitely a lot different than looking at it on paper, and definitely to the benefit. So I thank you guys for your continued efforts in that.
Thank you.
I see no further lights except, when you came up for your encore presentation, you said that we should not be teaching math in assemblies, and I'm hoping when you get a chance, if you could talk to some of our institutions of higher ed, for freshman statistics, 250 in a class isn't working.
Thank you, sir. I will take that on. Thank you.
Is there any public comment? Seeing none, okay, we will move to item 4.03, diversity and inclusion. Dr. Gillen.
Good morning, President Gilliland and Vice President Urea, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board. For the record, I am Maisha Gillens, Executive Director of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement. I am providing the monthly update on diversity and inclusion. Today, I bring the board some exciting news. The National School Boards Association and its flagship magazine, the American School Board Journal, has awarded Anne Arundel County Public Schools its second consecutive Magna Award, a national honor given to just 18 schools across the nation this year. For the past 2 years, the Magna Award has recognized school districts and their leaders for their efforts to bring educational equity, to their students. I am extremely proud to tell you that this is the second consecutive year we have earned the award and that we are the only school system with more than 20,000 students to be honored in each of the last 2 years. This school year, the Equity Lead program was recognized. I must give credit to my predecessors who began the program in 2008, and to my coworkers, my colleagues, the board, and the community for the roles they have played in making the Equity Lead program what it is today. The duties and responsibility of the Equity Lead are to deliver the district-wide professional development during the designated early dismissal days, with the goal of addressing the achievement gap. My office has been deliberate about building the capacity of Equity Leads. We offer quarterly research-based professional development facilitated by members in my staff. We also reinforce Equity Lead trainings at monthly leveled principal meetings. There is a lot for us to do as we continue our quest to elevate all students and eliminate all gaps. But we are very pleased that our work has been recognized at on the national stage. Secondly, I am following up on the question raised last month regarding our partnership with PFLAG, a group which is committed to advancing equality through its mission of support, education, and advocacy. I have been invited to attend a PFLAG parent support group meeting, and I'm waiting for a list of topics they would like for me to discuss. I am very much looking forward to that opportunity. During the January level principal meetings, my office did partner with the Office of Student Services to discuss guidance on supporting gender nonconforming students. My office has also been intentional in our efforts to assist schools in eliminating the achievement gaps. Our assistance ranges from partnering with other offices and attending school-based leadership team meetings where discipline and academic data is shared by student group and problem-solving protocols are used to address those student needs. Our assistance also includes hearing from students across the county about their school experience, which in turn informs how school teams can better support students who feel marginalized. Mrs. Jackson and I, we have the unique opportunity to meet regularly with school community advocates with regard to closing the achievement gap. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Gillens. Ms. Antwine.
Dr. Gillens, thank you. As always, I appreciate you acting in the manner that you do and the team that you work with. You get in front of potential issues, and I really appreciate that. My question is extended from the safety and security question, though. This past month, we had another incident where intimidation and safety and diversity and inclusion all were compromised. And I would like to be able to see how we're doing that. I understand how we react to it. I would like to be able to see the reports so that we can build mitigations of like the ones that you all have discussed today. So I understand that you want me to go to Dr. Arlotto with that, but I want you guys to be aware that I would be looking for that report in those areas, in diversity and inclusion, in safety and security, as well as the bullying because of the intimidation that it involves. And I'm looking at a 5-year because it allows us to see patterns, right? And it allows us to think about what we're doing and how we can improve upon whatever we're doing. I also want to emphasize, I've heard a lot today about accountability. I want to emphasize that Anne Arundel County is superb in its accountability in these areas. But as anything, we can always improve. So long as there are incidents like what we're experiencing, then that tells us there is somewhere we can improve, and that's all I'm requesting. Thank you, Dr. Gillens.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Corkadal.
Thank you once again for another wonderful report this month. I just wanted to bring back accolades from the national conference that we just attended this past weekend. I actually was approached after attending, session. You get to know where you're from. When I said I was from Anne Arundel County, not once, not twice, but 3 times. So I'll just share with you the states that wanted to extend to the staff a shout out of congratulations for the Magna Award. And that is, as crazy as it is, South Dakota, and as well as Georgia and Arizona. So I just want to also say that because oftentimes you hear about awards that you win, and you think it just kind of stays in the local newsletter here and maybe a little blurb in the local newspaper. But I just wanted you to know that yes, people do pay attention, and they're all looking at us as the leaders and models. So I want to thank you guys personally, too, for making us look so good because it was definitely your hard work. And I want to make sure that those type of recognitions are extended to yourselves. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hummer, and then Mrs. Schalheim.
Yes, I want to do a shout out again to the team for a magnificent job on our second Magna Award in a row. As Dr. Gillen said, we're the only school system, large school system, to win 2 years in a row, and we're the only school system in Maryland that has won a Magna Award at all, much less twice in the past 10 years. So we're really standing out. It's a true example of how we're being proactive and pioneering in our different programs and really becoming a national example. And it's not to say we're where we want to be, but it definitely shows we're making great strides. I know when all of us were meeting together at NSBA this weekend, Dr. Arlotto shared that he went to a session on equity that a school system was putting on, and what he found out was that they were just beginning to talk about equity. And so when he talked to them, he was like, what kind of training are you doing for our staff, where we have the extensive equity liaisons? And he said, oh, we're not there yet. And so that shows how far we are down along the road. Still a ways to go, but we are definitely being really setting an example for other school systems. And so great job to all of you for that.
Thank you.
Mrs. Schalheim.
I just wanted to say thank you for the wonderful work that you and your team do every day, and it doesn't go unnoticed, and I'm very, very grateful. I know our students benefit from it, all of our students, and I'm just really happy about the award. The 2 years in a row, that's wonderful, and keep up the fine work that you all do, and I'm really, really appreciative of all that good work. Thanks.
Thank you.
If I could also add, if you have not noticed, I'm speaking to the members of the board, and you get your National School Board Journal, and this month with the recognition of the wonderful Magna Award and the work of Dr. Gillens and her team and our equity leads. If you have read through all of the article at the back of the magazine talks about creating good kids. And it's just a reporter that wrote an article and interviewed different people, and they actually talk about Anne Arundel County, Gina Davenport, Arundel High School, and the coordination of the Global Citizenship course. And it's just sort of an off comment about another school system developing another program, and we were mentioned in that same magazine. So if you have not read that article, please make sure you flip to the back of the journal. Fantastic. Thank you. Well done.
We have got one more question from Mrs. Hummer.
I just want to say that now they have not announced what the topic will be for the Magna Awards for next year yet. It's been equity the past 2 years in a row. I'm hopeful it'll be equity again because I plan for us to win the grand prize next year with our Global Community Citizenship class. So no pressure, but I want us to put that in there because I know we're hearing from people all around that is something they want to emulate. And so grand prize is ours next year.
All right.
Great. Thank you. Seeing no further board comments, is there any public comment? Seeing none, we'll now move to item 4.04, which is the transportation report. create history. You run the meeting.
Good afternoon. Alex Shaknovich, Chief Operating Officer, here to present item 4.04, which is a information item regarding transportation. Several meetings ago, we had a member of the public come in and provide a school board with some information regarding arrival times of some of our buses at schools, in particular how soon prior to the first bell some of our buses are arriving at our schools. One of the schools in particular that was called out was North County High School, and the question was posed, why do the buses arrive there earlier than at some of our other schools? The board asked us to take a look at it to see if we can come up with some solutions, so we're here today to present some of these solutions. We've identified 3 of them, and if I can ask Ms. Howe to put up the graphics. So for those of you who are familiar with North County High School, you only have a single ingress-egress point, and I'll be referring to the board behind you there. Without risking blinding anybody, I've got a little bit of a laser pointer, but for those of you that are familiar, right here on East First Avenue is the only way into the school currently. It's a signalized intersection. It's a 4-way stop. Mr. Gilliland, I know you're intimately familiar with the area. It literally can take as much as half an hour some mornings to come down the big hill and make your way into the school right there. So we took a look at what options could we use to eliminate that choke point and provide enhanced ingress and egress into the school in some way, and we've come up with 3 options. So before you is the very first option. We call that the East First Avenue option. The pros are it is in fact the most direct route, it has the least environmental impacts, and it does provide ingress and egress from that signalized intersection. It does have some cons, however. We would either through acquisition or by condemnation. There are 2 occupied structures and 7 residential lots that we would have to either purchase or condemn. We did look at the other side of the road. There's 3 occupied houses and 9 lots on the other side, so it would be cheaper to come on the southeast side of it. We would have to work with, in addition to that, the buses and cars do continue to have that shared improved access going up that hill up East First Avenue. The cost to accomplish option 1, the land and structure acquisition cost would be on the order of $1 to $1.5 million, and it would be about $1 million of construction costs. So for about $2 to $2.5 million, we could have our buses arrive at that school maybe 10 or 15 minutes later than they currently do. That would buy about 10 minutes of time. The second option Ms. Howe will bring up, we're calling the future Burwood Road option. So Burwood Road is a paper road that was never constructed. The county actually continues to possess that as a right-of-way. We looked at bringing buses in and out of Burwood Road to provide us a second entrance into the school. For those of you that are familiar with North County High School, the area behind right there where the green pointer is, that is the bus loop. The area in front is where the faculty staff park and where students park as well, the area to the front and there to the side of the stadium. So the pros of coming in off Burwood Road, certainly it would allow for a second entranceway. It would allow us to utilize the existing paper road, that's Burwood Road. It crosses the right-of-way, the BG&E right-of-way, with the least amount of impact. And it, again, provides us with an opportunity of potentially having a separate bus access and not having to commingle the buses and the regular cars, be they student or faculty. There are some cons potentially to it. This intersection doesn't exist, so it's non-signalized at the moment. We didn't factor in the cost of doing that or traffic warrant study, so a con at the moment would be a non-signalized intersection. We would have to work with the county and BG&E to gain access or purchase access on the right-of-way at both BG&E and the county. We would have to do 2 private land acquisitions. This piece of land right here is privately owned, as well as this triangular shaped piece of land right there is privately owned or not in the public domain. We would have to either negotiate the acquisition or go through public governmental taking, condemnation action on those. There are some significant steep slopes. For those of you familiar with North County, where my pointer is, there's about a 40 to 50 foot hill there. We would have to come through that hill, create large retaining walls to allow a roadway to be constructed through that hill. That's a significant steep slopes. We would clear the forested areas for the roadway. You'll see again that's a tree, so we'd have to take those trees out in that area. There's Cabin John's Branch River. There's an active stream with tributaries that run down through the right-of-way, so there would be an impact to Cabin Branch Stream and any other presently unknown environmental impacts. We would estimate that it would be about $500,000 in land acquisition costs and about $3 million in hard construction costs, or for about $3.5 million, we could create a solution that again would have the buses get there about 10 to 15 minutes later than they presently do. The final option, the third option, is taking advantage of the BG&E right-of-way. That's a high transmission right-of-way right there that BG&E has. If you're familiar, it's got large electric structures on it and high tension wires to go across there. The pros of the BG&E right-of-way option would follow the existing BG&E right-of-way, again, and provide, once, as previously mentioned, a potential separate entrance and exit for buses only that would go directly to the bus loop. The cons are we remain at a non-signalized intersection. There is not currently any traffic signal control, and we didn't either analyze the feasibility or the costs associated with that. There is conflicts with the overhead power lines and the BG&E structures that carry those overhead lines. We would have to work with BG&E to acquire and pay for access to their right-of-way if they would so grant it. We would have to either acquire or condemn through a public taking the land across that private property owner there. There are those existing steep slope conditions I mentioned. There's about a 40-foot hill that we'd have to carve our way through to create that road bed to connect the bus lot to the BG&E right-of-way. We would clear forests and, again, any other potential environmental conditions that we've not yet fully assessed. The cost of that would be, again, about $500,000 on the land acquisition side, and slightly less than the prior option, about $2.5 million. So for about $3 million, we could probably execute this plan, and again, probably gain about 10 or 15 minutes in terms of bus efficiencies accessing North County. And with that, I conclude my report, and I'll entertain any questions that the board might have.
Thank you. If I may, just one clarifying question, just for the record. No local Board of Education has eminent domain authority. I just want to get that on the record.
Yes, sir. That's why I said it would be governmental. It would have to either we would have to either conjoin the county or the state to be our agent in the condemnation proceedings.
Okay. I just don't want, on option one, those property owners calling us today going, hey, so that's why I was just mentioning that.
Right.
We've got a couple of questions. Ms. Antwine.
Thank you for that report. So me being a wee bit familiar with the North County area, I was also looking at the elementary school that is right there as well, that has some of the same transportation concerns, not only with the buses and the busing, but the drop-off, exit, and otherwise. Was there a reason we were not considering building an access road that allows the buses to just have a centralized depot between the schools?
Well, those are the athletic facilities. The first of the options that would come up East First Avenue would in fact provide some enhanced access to the elementary school, because you would have two ways into the school. You could peel off and make a right heading into the elementary school this way, and the rest of the traffic would go up there. The times of those two schools don't overlap, though, so it's not as significant issue. You have far less faculty and certainly no student drivers accessing the elementary school. But again, the issue is getting into the property, not navigating your way around once you're on the property. We could certainly look at other enhanced circulation issues, but the task that was assigned to us was to see how we could get the buses to the facility sooner than we can today.
I
So
understand.
that's
I
what we
understand
tackled.
that. And unfortunately, I wasn't here to add on to that. But knowing that if we try to alleviate some of the pressures that are going for the high school, the congestion is also right there. If we could kind of kill two birds with one stone, I was trying to see if there was considerations for that and how, fiscally that would affect what we're recommending happens at this time.
Right. Again, we didn't analyze that. The project that was given us was ingress and egress, not circulation once we're on the site.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Shahheim.
Thank you for that. Excuse me for my confusion, but on the minutes and memory also serves that we were also supposed to talk about the full RFP to discuss the transportation consultant, the item to be back on the board agenda for April 3rd. I'm not seeing it. I'm wondering why it's not there and why we're not talking about it, because that was definitely mentioned, as all of us will remember, from 2 weeks ago. So when exactly is that conversation occurring so we can get moving on it? The longer we wait, the longer it takes for this to get rolled out, the longer it takes to get to hire someone, the longer it takes to get some solutions that we all desire.
Questions to me? I think we can discuss it now. I will say it.
It fell off. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then let's go ahead and discuss it because that was as it states in the minutes and as my memory serves. That's what we wanted to do. Bring the full RFP back to the board for discussion on April 3rd, and to discuss timelines. So, should we get into that then?
Sure.
Yeah. Sure.
Would you be okay if we close out the North County High School issue momentarily and then sort of segue? And I'm sorry for the drop. Yeah, Ms. Antwine.
So my question is general. It concerns the constructions and when those bus sites change in terms of construction. For example, over at North County and back over at Meade, construction has been pretty heavy. When the construction site moves to stops temporarily, do those stops change again after the construction is no longer an issue?
Right. So we're hopeful that anytime there's construction, we're hoping the duration of that is as brief as possible. We obviously have to adjust during that interval, but the intention is always to bring the stops back to the original locations and back to the original times as soon as practicable once it's safe to do so and once the construction activities don't impact that stop location any longer.
And so like in this case, let's say the construction started in January and we're moving closer to springtime now and the construction stops in April. So on average, how long does it take to go back to that normal stop?
Again, we would assess that. We would communicate that. We would assess the viability of it, and then we would communicate that to the families. By the time you get really close to the end of the year, it may, the benefits of doing it for changing things for just a very short period of days or weeks may not be fruitful. So that's a little bit of a value judgment. But one thing we're always cautioned about is we always talk to the constructors or the managers, because you'll see lulls in construction activity,
right,
and then they'll start anew, or there may be a second phase in between phases, and also we don't want to prematurely reset the stops only to find ourselves in a position that X weeks down the road we have to change them yet again. That sort of back and forth disruption hurts continuity for our families as well as our bus drivers and everybody else. So we do try to take a rather measured approach. We don't ever want to change them to start with, but sometimes we have to, and then we do that same measured approach to restore those stops afterwards. But when we go back, they're communicated to the families and the students of those affected bus stops, and we want to make sure that communication goes out prior to the stop being implemented so that they can make whatever adjustments they need to do.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you for your report. So I'm looking at this picture, and I know that the drop-off and arrival and pickup can be a very stressful time at any school. There's a lot of kids coming in at once. And when I look at this picture, I can see how much more difficult it must be for them at North County High School. So I can identify the need there. Can you tell me how many students are we talking about at North County?
About 2,400 students.
Yeah, 2,400 students. So while the price tag sounds rather steep, we're talking about a quality of life issue for an awful lot of people. As far as the non-signal intersections that you mentioned, I'm sure several of our schools have that. I know in Annapolis High School, the buses exit at a non-signal intersection, and we just use traffic guards to aid in the arrival and departure from the school. So is that how you would anticipate?
We've got both. We've got signalized intersections and non-signalized intersections across the county.
Right.
So they just adapt to whatever the situation is.
It's in other words, that's not a big problem. We can manage it through traffic
right.
guards.
We would approach the state to ask for what's called a signal warrant study to have. It's a state road 648. So we would approach them to do a warrant study there to see if a signal is warranted, or if they would permit it. They do that based on traffic counts, sight lines, speeds, et cetera. But the state actually does that work, not us. And then we certainly would have to provide them traffic study information, counts, things like that. But ultimately, the decision of whether an intersection can be signalized or not is a decision by the state. But once they make that determination, the costs associated with constructing that improvement would fall back to the request, or in that case, it would be us.
Okay. So where are we at this point, or is it up to us to decide if we want to?
So great question. I want to make it really clear that as your superintendent, I'm not recommending any of these options.
Okay.
Right. I'm not option 1, 2, or 3. I appreciate the time that the staff put in to give you so you could see the visual and understand some of the concerns. I'm not recommending any of these options.
Are you recommending any sort of action whatsoever?
No, ma'am. Not at this time.
And can you share what your concern is with why you would not?
My concern is having to go through the process, the money, and having to go through the process of eminent domain and getting homes that people currently live in condemned. I don't want to have any part of that. I realize it is a 2-lane road going in and out. If you've not driven that, I'll certainly encourage you to do that so you can have that visual and and know what it's like to go up that hill and make that left as you see that blue line and veer up to the school, so you can be familiar with it right there by the softball field. And then likewise, to work through a road, one that doesn't exist, the future Burwood Road, or even to build a road on BG&E's right-of-way. I can't imagine that BG&E would want us to build a road along that right-of-way, and then trying to have to purchase the properties. You see that top triangle just above the tennis courts. We would have to purchase that land or get the right-of-way to come through that back way. Those are not, I just think that it is the money, time, and energy that this board would have to go through. I just don't think it's worth gaining 10 minutes of additional time getting the students to school, if that's what in fact it would do. So I'm not recommending any changes at this time.
Okay, Ms. Antoine.
I just wanted to share, I understand in terms of the transportation element, it may not be something that's urgent. However, one way in and one way out is a safety concern. And if there are opportunities to consider opening up another means of that egress and ingress that you talked about, I think that is viable for us. In addition, our entire county is growing. So the concerns that are there now only are going to get, they're going to become bigger concerns if we don't get in front of it. So if I would request, Dr. Arlotto, if you don't agree with these, that you could please offer us maybe at the next meeting or next month's meeting, even on transportation, offer us some other solutions.
I really, we're glad to have conversations with the county government, but this is the best thinking of the team now. I cannot promise you that in 2 weeks' time or a month's time that we would have additional options. I think we're not going to be able to come in off of 197 and coming the back way. Coming up through the elementary school, as you mentioned, those are very, very narrow neighborhood streets, and to try and get that number of buses through those streets would just not work. Those are options that have been looked at in the past. So I don't know that we would come up with other options in a 2-week period. What I can promise you is that as we continue to have conversations with the county government and the Office of and DPW, we're glad to mention that we have this ongoing concern. They know well the population is increasing in North County. Mr. Shaknovich and I were just in front of the county executive 2 weeks ago, where Mr. Shaknovich presented numbers and a PowerPoint presentation to Mr. Pittman and some of his staff about enrollment numbers and increased growth in particular areas. And North County is one of those that we reminded him of the growth and the needs. So we're glad to continue those conversations, but I really don't believe that we'll be able to come up with anything other than what you've seen today.
Could we at least for the next month's transportation discussion talk about those conversations and what came out of those conversations?
I'm going to respectfully say no, because we're in the throes of budget right now, so all of my time and energy, and Mr. Shaknovich, is really tied to working with the county executive and the county council to work and promote your budget. And so I don't want to steer too many conversations away from that. We were with the county executive for an hour yesterday and his team making a case for your budget. And so I'm going to tell you, our time is really focused when we do have time with them. And what I'll promise you is into the future, we'll have conversations about this site and about the traffic and enrollment, but if you would let us really focus on promoting your budget with the county executive and the county council over the next several months. That's really our focus right now.
And in terms of the capital budget, we had a conversation with the Capital Debt Affordability and the county's Planning Advisory Board. Our capital budget is not and has not been funded in full at the local level or the state level. Our principal concerns have been focused on renovating or replacing our older antiquated schools, putting capacity additions such as kindergarten additions or classroom additions onto our schools, and items that have a direct bearing on health and safety, such as asbestos abatement, security cameras, things like that. I'm not sure if it is the most prudent expenditure of $3 million to take those funds away from those other projects, given a scarcity resource environment, and redirect it to this. I mean, that's certainly a decision this board is going to have to do, but in the capacity that I serve for you as staff, I know again that there are many competing interests, and interests that, in my humble opinion, may outweigh or outrank something of this nature. We do have monies that we do for, resurfacing and trying to keep up our existing infrastructure. In many cases, has to take precedence over something that would be sort of an expansion piece of it. But we'll certainly be glad to continue to look at things like that, like the superintendent said. But ultimately, when we craft the CIP, we have to craft it with a light of what are our highest priorities, given limited capital dollars that the state and county has to apply towards those efforts.
Completely understand. I just see us at this point in time getting ahead of a potential bigger issue with those considerations, and just having the information so that we can make better board decisions would be helpful, especially as we're discussing the budget, so that we can plan and forecast for it. But thank both of you.
And I'm sorry for some of the commotion. We're about to transition in the next half hour, so I was writing some guidance for Mr. Rea. Ms. Antoine, did you? Oh, you're finished. Okay, I'm sorry. Mrs. Schallheim.
So I understand that roads are expensive, condemning homes is expensive, taking down trees is an environmental concern. Have we considered as a solution an A schedule and a B schedule, so we don't have 2,400 students and buses and parents and teachers all utilizing the same road at the same time? This happens in a variety of other schools and other places where half the school starts at X, and the other half of school starts at Y, and then it breaks up that enormous traffic problem. Has that been considered at all by staff or by Dr. Arlato?
No, ma'am. We've not considered going into A and those schedules actually existed in this jurisdiction many, many years ago as construction was going on in other schools. Mr. Lai might remember that before my time, but that existed. And different school systems utilize that when necessary. I think what would take place first is we would focus on building our 2 new old mills and then doing redistricting. And while that's sometimes a difficult word for a board and a community to work with, I realize that where we can create some relief for a North County and a Glen Burnie, that can happen when we build. We're hoping that when we build our 2 old mills, the possibility of redistricting students out of these concentrated areas.
I hear you, but that's many years down the road.
Yes, ma'am.
So, you know, we talk endlessly, at least I have, and several of the rest of us have, about healthy start times and, well, putting the high school a little bit later and doing an A and a B schedule would alleviate immediately now these concerns without downing trees, kicking people out of homes, et cetera. And I also just want to mention, because I just, I heard it and I didn't, it's our budget, all of ours budget, not ours and versus yours. So I understand that you don't want to put any more effort into trees and roads and stuff, and that's totally fine, but it's all of ours. I just think that we should consider that, and I think we consider that just because it was done once doesn't mean that old is bad. Like this would resolve it. It would resolve the health issue that occurs with starting school at an early hour as well. And what a great segue back to the RFP. Just saying.
Okay. Any other board comments? Okay, well, I actually have a quick question, Mr. Cheknovich. So there was a couple comments about this being like one way in, one way out, and this is like kind of alleviating it for the time's sake. I was just wondering why this was the only high school chosen or looked at, because there are a couple other high schools that have like one way in, one way outs.
Because the question that was posed by the board was about this property, so we studied this property.
Just this specific property? Okay. Thank you.
We've got 125 school sites. Many of them have only one way in, one way out.
So is this like, would this be a transitional movement essentially? I know that this was the only one looked at, but to try to alleviate other start times, would this be like a transition, do you think, or?
That wasn't the intention of this work, no.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Shalheim?
So I guess my next question is, are we now talking about the RFP as it was stated during last meeting, so we can get rolling on that, not kick it down the road to another meeting? Okay.
Okay, so RFP question. Public comment card.
About transportation, and then she asked about the RFP.
Ms. Van Buskirk. I'm going to get Bob to get Mike Edgar to take a picture of you.
Good morning, Board of Education. Lisa Van Buskirk, Start School Later. Thank you very much, Mr. Cheknovich, for looking at North County, because it just brings up some interesting discussions that I think it's worth having over the long term, which is your access in and out. And I appreciate Ms. Antoine's discussion of it's not just about 10 minutes of start times and relieving traffic pressure, but if, God forbid, that there was some kind of active shooter or some kind of worst case scenario at that school, then to get fire, EMS, police response vehicles in and 2,400 students out, it would be nice to have multiple in-out options. And so I think that is a worthwhile discussion to have with the county over the long term, and not just for North County, but any of your other sites as part of your operational plans. So I appreciate that discussion, and I think that's a part of the long-term discussion over our schools and our safety and security. Regarding transportation, I just wanted to provide something that Howard County discussed at their last meeting. And so this is a handout that will be passed around to you. I'm sorry for the crazy color, but it's a print of a screenshot or a photo of a document that they discussed. And it was from last spring. They did a survey of their bus drivers for violations. And in one day, they had 290 violations. And then they break down morning, afternoon, rear, front, left, right sides. And so what Howard County is doing with that information is the transportation department is now going to work with their county council to create some kind of permitted legislation and ordinance to discuss putting cameras on their school buses to try and capture those violations and whatnot. So so Howard County has approved the transportation department to start those conversations under our 2011 legislation. So it's just something for you guys to also think about with your relations with your law enforcement, because I'm sure we have more buses than Howard County, so I'm sure we have more violations. I don't think Anne Arundel County's drivers are any better. And so for the safety of our students on those buses when the arms are out. Other things that are going around the state in transportation, Baltimore County has included a transportation audit line item in its FY 2020 budget, which will do much like what your RFP will hopefully do. And last month, Frederick County came back with some cost estimates for later start times of an 8 o'clock high school, 8:30 middle school, and elementary school at 9:15. The middle and high schools were delayed 30 minutes and elementary 15 minutes. And they came up with 57 buses and almost $7 million to do that. So in watching the discussions, they have some unique challenges because they're pretty rural. And by only delaying the elementary schools, that is what required them to have some extra buses. And they also do a lot of after-school elementary programs that they provide busing for. They also have a 1 hour maximum bus ride length, and they do what they call double backs. So I think it's the bus doing the same route twice. I don't totally understand it. But there are some other things going on throughout the state in transportation as other school systems also try to work on their transportation. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The RFP and the status, I think there are going to be a couple of questions that we have to ask. One is on status, where that is, and then secondly, I think would be any break in protocol and procedure for the board to review an RFP at this stage, and then third is the funding source for the RFP. So I will confess, I don't know if the intention was to have this as part of the transportation report or a separate item. And if it was meant to be a separate item, I dropped the ball. Okay. I guess the first question then that I would ask Dr. Arlotto at this point in the process, the status of the RFP is what?
The status is it's completed. As we promised the board spent considerable time discussing the scope of work 2 weeks ago, and that was approved by this board. So now it is left to staff to do the rest. And that's what we explained at the time. And so we now have built all the pieces that go around the scope of work that we're required to do by law through purchasing processes and procedures, and that has been built, and we have that document. So we have done as promised. The board's work, as far as I'm concerned, is done. You've approved the scope of work, what it is you want us to do, and now we've got to go out and accomplish it. So as far as I'm concerned, the board's work is done in approving the scope of work. We've now built all the pieces around it, and we have a document that's ready to go.
So would the RFPs are on our website, correct? When they're released, do they get issued on our aacps.org website?
They don't go out on the website. They go out on the, there are various purchasing, I'm going to use the wrong word, vehicles, but mechanisms and platforms that we then push these purchasing RFPs out. I'm sorry? And they are on our .org website also. Okay, I stand corrected. Okay. They're on the website also. So the intent at this point would, is that the opportunity for the board to see it, or is there an advanced opportunity? There's advanced opportunity for the board to see it. I would caution the board about getting too involved at this process, so that there are no concerns going forward in case there was an appeal over a vendor or not getting, and the process that I would want to keep the board out. Again, the board's work is done in terms of the scope of work. The rest is now up to staff.
Okay, and I've got probably one more question on funding.
Sure.
But Mrs. Schalheim.
My question is about timing. So, yes, I totally agree. We don't need to micromanage it now that we've done the scope of work. Totally agree. Don't need to see it. Glad that it's going to be put on the various sites or mechanisms or whatever that to get visibility for the right people firms to bid on it. My question is about timeline now and when that will be going live. That's my question.
So we'll have to talk about funding because there is no funding. There is no funding set aside for this study, for this RFP. So I don't have a line item that I can attach to it, and this is an interesting time of year in budgets as we're looking to close out at the end of June and start back up July 1. So we have to, we'd have to, if we want to try and do something in this fiscal year, we'd have to get it out on the street and get something back and start to spend some of the money and then request a carryover into the new fiscal year. You have set aside in your budget a little over $250,000 for some form of school system audit. You could dedicate some or all of that money to this piece if that's what's important to the board, and we could have it hit the street July 1 if approved through the county council and move it forward at that time. That's a possibility. But one of the things that the team is working on now, before we put certainly an RFP out like this at this level, we have no idea what it's going to cost. So right now, the team is, the purchasing team is making some inquiries, right? They're talking to folks around the state and country to find out who does this kind of work, who are the vendors that do this, that could meet this scope, what does it in general cost? It's not specific to the exact cost, but we've got to get an idea before we put an RFP on the street. I don't want to commit to putting something out there that we don't have the money for.
Right.
So that work is now going on behind the scenes with the purchasing office.
That's wonderful. When would they? Are you going to follow up with? Are you going to circle back with us when they know what the price tag is, so we can talk about where the money's coming from? Or
sure, I'm glad to. It'll be a couple of weeks, and they're out there sort of talking to their contacts and others to learn more because we've not done anything to this scope, and so we really don't know what it's going to cost.
That's helpful.
So that work is happening in the background as we speak.
Wonderful.
If I may, for just one moment, depending on the amount and I'm sorry if this question had just been asked, and I'll explain the commotion momentarily. The board members know, but I've got to explain what my personal situation. This would come to the board anyway to vote on based on the pricing amount. So once a vendor is procured based on the contract amount, we would then see it again as a vote. Absolutely right. Yeah, as you do with any of these contracts. These are all things that staff handles and goes behind the scenes. Once we've gone through the RFP process, the requests have been gone through the normal purchasing process. A vendor would be chosen, and the contract would come before the board for final vote on moving forward.
And that part is all great with me. My main concern is getting it out doing our due diligence to figure out what it might cost, but then getting it out as soon as possible so we can get the process started as soon as possible. And we all know that there's going to be quite a hefty fund balance at the end of the year, and I want to again reiterate for those who might not have heard that before that does exist. It will occur, and there's, depending on what our lovely purchasing department comes back as an average cost, there is funding available that way.
Okay. Ms. Ellis.
Okay, so this is great information. I'm happy about where we are. I'm just not super clear on where we're going to go from here. So should we establish an agenda item to discuss the budget portion of it? We are going to, so I guess when and how can we expect to hear back on the, I guess we're looking for an estimate of the cost of this so we can start to discuss funding. When
I'm sorry, I thought I'd answered the question, Ms. Schallheim. It'll probably be a couple of weeks before they're done, and we've got some cost estimates, so we have a general idea before anything hits the streets.
Okay.
So it'll be a couple of weeks before
okay.
we have something from the purchasing office. I think that's fair to say.
Okay, so my question, I know, Terry, you're trying to work out logistics, but should this be an agenda item for next time for us to discuss the funding of it based on the
I think
information we get about the cost of this?
I think part of the complexity is we won't know what the potential amount may be.
I'm going to make a suggestion, and I don't know how popular this is going to be, but I'm going to ask you, the board, to let us do the work. That's what I'm going to ask you to do. So we're going to do some research, and then we're going to see what the amount looks like,
right.
And then we'll see if we can determine a way to come up with the money to pay for what it is that you want to do. What I'm hearing, unless there's some dissent among the board members, I'm seeing shaking of heads, that you want this to move forward sooner rather than later. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Is that appropriate, Mr. President?
That seems to be the case.
Okay, so then if you'll let us do the work,
Absolutely.
we will let us do the work. That's all I'm going to let you, and we'll then have to look at the budget. I know that you're confident there's going to be money at the end. I'm not that confident. We're plugging away to make sure we've got $13 million of carryover. That's the primary, because that's built into our budget, right? The budget you've approved, we need to have that minimum as revenue for the next fiscal year. You know that. You guys have gone through that process. And so I'm not that, I'm concerned that we're going to make that, right? So we're looking at budgets, and we're sweeping budgets, and we do this every year. It's the same dance we do every year to make sure we've got money to move forward. And because I don't have any idea, and my team doesn't have any idea what this is going to cost, I know when you and I last met, Ms. Schallheim, you had a number in your head, which I think is great, but I don't know how accurate that is. And so that's what we need to find out. So if you allow us to do the work, we will then come up, once we have an idea about what we think it'll cost, then we'll see if we'll look at the budgets to see if we can find a way to at least get this started in this fiscal year with a way of carrying it over into the next. There's no way we'll get it out on the street, get this study done and paid for by the end of June. Not going to happen.
No, I know.
So I'm going to have to look for a way to carry the money over into the next fiscal year. Does that make sense?
That's extremely helpful. Thank you. I wanted to make sure we were doing our part to move it along. Thank you.
We're working on it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, Ms. Antwine.
So I will share with Dr. Arlotto. I agree that market research takes time, and we want to be able, especially with the extensive scope that we have, we certainly want to do the work and the due diligence necessary. But I think as the board, we also want to be able to know that it's not just at a stalemate. In those transportation reports, the spirit behind that was for such reports as these, so that we could be informed on what's going on. And then I would advise also against discussing openly cost estimates that are coming through the system in terms of competition. So if we can probably look to how we can do that, where the board is informed with the costs in order to make the decisions, but not be open about that because of competition.
Okay, that looks like we've got all of the board questions, I hope, answered. Another card for now. Got it. Thank you. Okay, any further public comment on transportation? Seeing none. We'll now move to our consent calendar, items 5.1 to 5.04. Is there a motion to bundle these?
So moved.
Second. Any discussion on bundling? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We now have a bundled action item. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation, please.
Yes, sir. Recommend board approval of the contracts as listed on today's agenda, 5.01, 5.02, 5.03, and 5.04.
We've got a couple of board questions on these items. Ms. Ellis.
I just moved.
I'm so sorry. There is a motion to.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Ellis. We're good. Okay. Whoops. Mrs. Hummer.
Yes, so 5.04 is the contract with Social Media Alert System, which is grant funds. I believe that these are funds that we received as a security grant from, is this from the state, from the Safe Schools Act? And I just want to clarify, because I think this is correct, but I want to put it on public, that also with these same funds that we're looking to pilot with Social Media Alert, we are having a town hall in May at Magathie River Middle School, where one of the Sandy Hook mothers, Michelle Gay, is coming to speak. Am I correct that these are the same funds?
Correct. So the governor put forward in the expansion in last year's, through last year's legislation, the governor moved forward with expanding the Maryland Center for School Safety. And they've now hired and expanding their work. And with that, there were 2 separate grants that were given to the Maryland Center for School Safety and the advisory board to administer. Those grants, one are on, and the main grant that school systems could apply for are upgrades to school safety. And it could be, some of it could be physical, and it could be social emotional wellness for students. And so as part of that grant, we are partnering with, or we are taking on this group, Social Sentinel. One of their representatives is here with us today. You heard about them while you were at the conference. They were the sponsors of one of the keynote speakers. They've been doing this work for several years. We've been ongoing conversations with them, and now with the awarding of the state grant, we're going to move forward, and we should be, with your approval, we'll be up and running in a month or so with Social Sentinel and the work in working to help better protect our schools and students.
So, great. Thank you so much. And I'm also going to throw out again for the town hall with Michelle Gay, the Sandy Hook mom. She spoke as she was the final speaker at the NSBA conference this weekend, and it's an incredibly powerful testimony she gives of her child and very impactful, but then the very real concrete steps that she and another mother have created a foundation to help schools to address. And so I'm thrilled that as part of this grant, we're doing the physical part, and then we're also bringing in some of the town hall type things to reach out to our community. So thanks for that.
Thank you. Mrs. Schallheim.
I just wanted to say that I think it's great that we're moving forward to utilizing the technology that now exists to monitor potential threats. I think it's great. I'm very excited about this particular piece, and so thank you for championing that, Dr. Arlotto. Appreciate it. I call the question.
Okay. We're out of light, so stick with procedure. Question's been called. Is there a second? All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We now have a vote on the consent calendar. Mrs. Connolly, would you please call a roll?
Beginning with Miss Alice this morning.
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Consent
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Shawheim?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
Great. Thank you for that. We'll now move to action items. 6.01 is administrative personnel appointments. There are no appointments today. Correct. Item 6.02 is personnel. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation, please.
Yes, sir. I recommend that the board approve the actions as stipulated on the attached sheets.
I move.
Second. Motion second. Any board questions? Seeing none. Mrs. Connolly, it's a vote on personnel. Would you please call the vote?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Shawheim?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
Thank you. Item 6.03 is new course approvals. Don't believe we have a staff presentation today, but are there any board questions at this point? And then we'll ask for a superintendent recommendation. Mrs. Hummer.
looking at all these classes, which all look fabulous, as always, will these be offered to all schools, or are we starting at some schools and piloting these classes?
So to answer your question is yes, they'll be available to all, but they're not necessarily targeted to every single school. So they can be available, but at this point, some of them are specific to some schools.
Ms. Antoine.
Mine, of course, was about PVA. Hi, Skip. How are you?
Fantastic.
Of course, these are excellent opportunities and programs. So I didn't quite understand the non-prime ensemble. This gives opportunities for students who are not in the PVA program, or just students who are in the PVA program but are not necessarily part of the primary ensemble groups.
Okay, so for the record, I'm Skip Lee. I'm the Director of Curriculum. I've brought David Kaufman, who oversees our PVA programs, to address your question.
Thank you. So what we were attempting to address is the fact that several of our students who are involved in their primary prime course. So in PVA, for those that are not familiar, prime is referred to as their focused content area. So if they are, music is not a prime, orchestra is a prime, choral music is a prime, dance is a prime. What we found was that for students, because in the PVA program we have a double prime course offering, that is what gives them their arts immersion experience within their focused prime. When we look at the on-course scheduling, there is not, by the time we take into consideration world and classical language, by the time we take into consideration their physical education requirements, there's not actually a full year of opportunity in each of the years for a student who is currently involved in their primary prime course to be able to also take a secondary ensemble. And so what we have addressed here is philosophically, it's an arts immersion experience, and to not allow students in that arts immersion experience potential access to a secondary experience in the arts was something that by design we wanted to correct. The reason it is not, and I step to you having formerly been the music coordinator, and so I'm familiar with the questions regarding this particular conversation, middle school. The reason it is not afforded in our comprehensive school experiences is the nature of instruction over the course of the year requires an expectation or foundational level of musicianship that a student who is involved in another prime is going to have that would not necessarily be in place should they simply just want to take the spring semester of chorus. So that's the reason for that clarification. It's a practice that's actually been taking place at Bates, and we wanted to clean it up and clarify it and make sure that it reflected on the record correctly.
Excellent. So it emphasizes your efforts in the PVA movement of arts integration. Got it. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you, sir. I had a couple questions concerning the gaming and logic. I'll give staff a second. Just two real quick questions I was curious of.
So I'm inviting Dr. Gilmeister to the podium.
For the record, Tina Gilmeister, STEM coordinator.
Thank you, ma'am. So I'm excited about this. My son missed this opportunity by it will be a couple years in there. But so is this kind of like, I know that some of the outcomes that we're discussing, so that would be like some Perl and Java to integrate some of their gaming environments to teach them what they're actually learning about all that when they do that?
It's really a continuation of our movement in computational thinking into the middle school level. And so there'll be a foundation of computational thinking, and then the applications of that will be in gaming and logic.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, that's exciting. I did note, though, and I just wanted to know if I don't look at it as an omission, but just to consider it, just something I was curious about. On the measures of success, I know that through our CAP programs that there are children in this category that would be taking this course that would be integrating more into CAT, possibly even than STEM. So Is that something that's considered and just not included? I was just curious because I can see someone applying this and get excited about getting a Cisco's, their Cisco certification through CAD or something similar.
I believe that the logical and computational thinking skills would be transferable across subject areas, including the technical programs as well as the computer science programs.
Oh, I concur. I was wondering why it would not be part of the measure of success, because we talk about the kids transitioning into STEM, but we're with non-STEM kids to begin with, and I know in my school, my middle school has a STEM, so they would be transitioning possibly to that also, or?
Are you looking at the application to CAT centers to be added to the application to STEM Magnet High School program as a measure of success?
Measures of success, yeah, that they would be their application, it would be applicable as well as student. So that's all I see is STEM here. I didn't see the CAT, and
we can certainly add that
Well, I don't want to do your job. I was just wondering if that is an outcome.
Well, when they apply in the 9th grade CAT program, it is an exploratory program, so it wouldn't necessarily be targetly focused into a Cisco Academy or networking systems administration, which would be the courses that would be applicable to this particular course. So there wouldn't necessarily be a direct correlation at the 9th grade level, but we could look at higher levels if that's something you're interested in.
No, I was just wondering because that would spark an interest, but it doesn't need documented. I was just wondering, I was just making sure I understood the course enough to know that we're finding, I think it's exciting that you guys are finding alternative ways of sparking interest of something that otherwise is considered kind of frowned upon from time to time. And in my household, my husband is in the industry, and so my kids, we never saw the screen time necessarily as negative because we knew how to, that was an exciting moment in our regards, because we do let them do the programming, introduce them to. So I'm really excited that we're starting to do for our non-STEM to make sure that they're getting those wonderful skills. And I'll just close on this one, that I had a chance to chaperone at Northern Grumman with STEM students when my daughter was enrolled. And when we were sitting down for lunch with the kids, the folks at Northern Grumman and some of the mentors that came in of their employees had pointed out that, believe it or not, those skills learned in these environments are some of the most valued that are brought to the table when they mature, get their degrees, and become employees. And so I think we're definitely going and continuing to build an already successful program, and I thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corkadell. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you, and forgive me if this is the wrong, place or opportunity to ask this question, but in light of that we're talking about curriculum development, new courses. Quick question, has it been determined, can anyone answer yet, where in the magnet programs the global citizenship course is going to fit? Has that been built in yet? I'm only asking because I've had students in magnet programs, families raising concerns and just asking the question, so I just want to see, can we get an update where we are on that?
I can speak for STEM. And it has absolutely been determined. We've been working through the Advanced Studies and Programs Office, and all the coordinators of the magnets have been involved in that. Specifically speaking for STEM, it will be involved in our freshman level problem and project-based learning courses, and all of the content standards and frameworks have been provided and will be a part of the entire county curriculum writing related to that, as well as all professional development.
Okay, that's helpful.
Sure. So the IB program, similar. Creation of integration of the standards for the GCC course are integrated into the scope of the IB program. And David, same answer, right? We have an extended...
Right, so I specifically had PVA kids asking me, so I would love to hear what's going on there. Thanks.
So because our PVA program is housed at Annapolis and Broadneck, we wanted to take into consideration all of the scheduling issues that are affected by our locations there. We incorporated and utilized our foundations, our freshman foundations course, and so it is our GCC will be during the extended day portion, so that we aren't taking up that location in the day, but we're able to integrate that with the arts focus during that foundations period.
Okay, this is a great opportunity for me because there's a rumor mill, and so PVA kids have a different understanding. So I'm glad to get this answer, and so I'm suggesting communication at this point.
No, and I will let you know that is something that is a very recent solution as we were looking at the various scheduling challenges. So we will definitely get that messaging out. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hmm?
For the record as well, as you remember when we looked at the modules for GCC on the bottom of that document, how it was being integrated using language was purposely documented for our families. The only uniqueness would be is that we definitely decided the extended day option for PVA.
That's where the concern was.
Absolutely be continued in that vein. So
Excellent.
I just wanted to bring that up for
yeah,
the record.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Antwine.
So I had questions back on the gaming and logic. Ms. Corkadell, thank you for bringing up some of those key points. I'm thinking about in terms of tech credit, much like what the students can get in middle school with their language and the other arts. Could they get high school credit for their technical requirement in the middle school if they took this course?
At this time, this course does not meet the standards for the 9th grade tech credit. That's something we can look at if that's something the board's interested in, but the way the course is written, it would not meet a high school tech credit requirement.
Okay, because I'm looking at what you guys provided in the description, and we talked about computer science coding, right? We talked about, I'm looking at building websites. I'm looking at some applying logic and design. Those are all part of that underlying tech requirement. So could we look at how we can possibly align that so that the course, some of the fundamentals of the course requirement, tech requirement now, how can we align that so that students can possibly get a technical?
We can certainly look at that.
And it would also encourage the students to take the course. So then my other question is on the strategic reading supports at middle school and high school levels. I love it. I just was not understanding if this was going to be offered as an enrichment outside of the classroom, or is this an additional course for credit?
So, great question. Both two parts of that are very, very important. Why don't you two have a seat, and we'll let you guys go that way. So this particular course, new course proposal, is a solution to a current situation in our reporting on our transcript. And so what I'm going to do is allow these two ladies to address that question, the target population for which these courses are being created, and the overall outcome of what we expect for the courses.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. For the record, Diane McGowan, Coordinator for Specially Designed Instruction K-12.
For the record, Gabby Shekels, Literacy Specialist, K-12 Special Education.
So this course was collaboratively developed between our English language arts offices at the middle and high school level, as well as the special education offices. The intent is to create a course code for our students that are receiving Tier 3 interventions, so that rather than having to come to you each year to change the course name because we have different interventions based on individual student needs, we can create this generic course code for these individualized students and be able to meet their needs. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for
And
that.
just for the record, approximately how many students are we talking about countywide?
Right now, we're talking about 12 to 15 students. We have an intervention continuum that are available to most of our students, but there's a very small population of kids that need something different. Typically, it's when our office is involved, so we wanted a course code to really reflect that.
Yes, please.
So 12 to 15 county-wide at the high school and middle school levels?
Correct.
Okay. So with that being the case, is it possible that with it being under 20 students county-wide, that more students may need that enrichment? Is the reason you wanted to introduce this as
So it's in it. So we have reading interventions at the middle and high school levels that has a much larger number of students that access those interventions. This is a very small number of students with very unique learning profiles that those interventions may not be the right fit for. So we would like this course go to basically allow us to do something that's a little more matched to their learning needs.
So it's a customization of the
Correct.
Great, thank you. I see no further lights. I don't believe there are any more general questions. So at this time, for superintendent's recommendation, Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, sir. I recommend that the board approve these courses beginning for the 2019-2020 school year.
So moved. Second.
Okay. Any specific discussions on the motion? Seeing none, is there any public comment? Seeing none, at this time, Mrs. Conley will take the vote on the new courses.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Mr. Brannan. Ms. Corkadell. Ms. Hummer. Ms. Urea.
Aye.
Ms. Antoine.
Aye.
Schalheim.
Aye.
Mr. Leib.
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland.
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
Thank you, Mrs. Connolly. We now move to item 6.04, which is policy DK, financial fraud, waste, and abuse. It is on third reading for final approval. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation, please.
Yes, sir. I recommend board approval of policy DK, subject to final correction for style and format.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second. Okay. Any board discussion? Seeing none. Any public comment? Seeing none. Mrs. Connolly, would you please call the roll on policy DK?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Hummer. Aye. Ms. Urea.
Aye.
Ms. Antoine.
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim.
Aye.
Mr. Leib.
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland.
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
Thank you. Now move to item 6.05, which is a first reading policy revision, grading policy code II. Ms. Ortiz.
Good afternoon. For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. Today we have policy II grading before you for first reading. This policy was last updated on January 18th, 2017. Per the request of the Policy Committee, policy II has been revised to eliminate class rank by way of eliminating valedictorian and salutatorian recognition beginning in the 2021-2022 school year. These proposed revisions will be posted on our website for 30 days for public comment, and my colleagues and I would be happy to answer any questions, and I'll let them introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. Jason Dykstra, Executive Director of Instructional Data.
Maureen McMahon, Deputy Superintendent, Academic Strategic Initiatives.
Maisha Gillens, Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement.
Thank you. We have a couple of questions. Ms. Schalheim?
Hi, thank you for bringing this before us for first reader. We immediately started getting emails, and so I just wanted to use this time to dispel fact from fiction and myth and rumor mill and all this. And it was an education for me, because when I was going through, ValSal was the standard, and that was, maybe the Latin honor, thank you, system existed, but it wasn't used as widely. Can you explain for us what colleges look at today for those, the really exceptional students, and how this would affect scholarships and those sorts of things?
Right.
Thank you.
So over the years, the Latin honors has become more common, and what the top colleges in the nation, and that's some of the most elite private schools and some of the largest, most elite public schools, are looking at predominantly the top 10% of the class, right? Now that's for entrance level, right? 10% of the class, depending on the size of the school, is a different number of students, right? So when you're only talking ValSal, that's 2 students. When you're talking about the 10% of the class of one of our common high schools, that's quite much larger, right? We have 500 in the class, 10% is 50 students, right? So it's a different story. Now, when you're talking about scholarships, well, first of all, I should say to you, in the last years, the notion of the number of colleges looking at ranking has gone down to around 20%. And that's not a must. That's a, we still consider rank, meaning we're asking, but we're not mandating. So that's important. So in the 90s, that was at 50%. Now it's at 20% and going lower every day. The College Board has information on their website, if you check out the College Board web, suggesting that rank is only one piece now and most often optional with the most elite colleges. We did a check, and this was under Student Services, and I thank the counseling office and Ms. Pelham for the work that they did, looking at the major institutions that our students go to. So everybody in Maryland, from the Naval Academy to the University of Maryland College Park to Towson University, Johns Hopkins, and all of the University of Maryland schools, at this point in time, it's no impact for the application to not have a ranked school. No impact. So that's important for you to know. Now, that's different than scholarships. So we talk scholarships for a minute. Many of the most elite scholarships that historically would say Val-Sal, now say Val-Sal or top 1 or 2% of the class. So 1% of a class of 500 is 5 students. That's beautiful, because we find that most often 5 to 10 of our students really look like a Val-Sal. They're within a thousandths of a point of one another. So really, when we talk equity, the idea of where you're considering moving is fair and equitable. And Dr. Gillens, I know, has feelings about that with respect to our equity efforts.
There wasn't a direct question, so. So yes, I echo Dr. McMahon's sentiment about class ranking. I do want to add another perspective, if I so may, about social emotional. That's the area in which I'm concerned about. There is research that was written, I'm going to quote some of it. According to the literature, eliminating class rank lessens hyper competition and stress at a crucial time in a high school student's lives, and encourages the college to view the whole person rather than to use class rank against student to student. So there's something to say about the pressure that the current system, the ranking system, can place on students. So I do speak from that perspective of mental health.
This is all wonderful information. Excuse me. I had one more question about this. Oh yes, but if a school decides that for some reason they need to see that ranking, it's my understanding, just for the benefit of the public listening, that if a college or university really wants to see that is something that can be printed out and provided to that institution. Is that correct? Even if we remove Val-Sal officially?
No, ma'am.
No.
The way the system works, that's coded, and if the board policy were to be changed and edited, class rank would not be available in Anne Arundel County public schools. We would be able to certainly calculate percentages, but we would not calculate class rank.
Oh, okay.
So we would be able to tell a school that, yes, this student falls within the top 1% of a class of 500. So they would know that that student is within the top 5 students in that class.
Got it.
Which is what they're looking for. They're
Right.
looking for an ability to narrow, but not necessarily narrow to 1 or 2.
So no one, the Ivy League or otherwise, is really interested in 1 versus 2 versus 3rd versus whatever in the
I will
class.
say, I cannot say no one. I can just say it is going
Way down.
absolutely way down. And in fact, if we spoke to many of the counselors across the system this year to say, when your schools have applied, when your students have applied for these elite scholarships in these elite schools, has anyone come back with really needing to know? And this year we've got any yeses. That's been an interesting change.
That's wonderful to hear. I think I'm good for now. Thank you so much for answering all my questions. Thank you.
If I could jump in, just so for the board, if board members are not aware, when a student applies to college, not only is their transcript sent from their high school, but a school profile is sent. And that's a very important, if you talk to anybody in NACAC, the National Association of Counselors, and college admission counselors, that's a really important document. Not only is it the student transcript, but they need to know, what does this transcript tell me within the context of that school and that school system, where we talk about what is a PVA, what is a STEM class, so they can interpret the transcript. And so the explanation of not having a class rank would be part of that profile for all of our schools. So the colleges would have that information in the admission office. That would be part of what is sent with the transcript.
Thank you. I did remember the question. So you said you looked back at the data of where our students are going. How many years did you look back, and did you contact all of those schools, or was it just last year?
So we have where they're going in the last 2 years, 3 years. You know, we have years of data,
right.
But we were looking at the predominant places that our students go, and also some of the high-reach schools that they go to. So we looked at 2, 4, 6, 8, 15 colleges, and those are a lot of Maryland schools, and then a lot of the top schools. I mean, we picked Harvard, Princeton, Virginia Tech, Caltech, Brown, MIT, University of Chicago, right? They're among the list because those are the reach schools for a lot of our students, or
Perfect.
the desired schools. I shouldn't call them reach schools, because our students can and do attend these schools. So we made sure we were hitting some small and some large schools. So Swarthmore, for example, is a school that many of our students apply to and get accepted to. That's a school that has changed their whole admission policy almost entirely over the last 18 months. And it's wild to hear the stories of what they're going through. So I think this is a cultural shift in higher ed.
And thank you for that. All right, now I'm done. I promise.
When you mentioned, Dr. McMahon, Virginia Tech as an elite school, superintendent almost fell out of the chair. I just want to say.
And UVA.
Virginia Tech is a fine institution, right, Ms. Matioski? Yes.
A little Virginia rivalry there. Dr. McMahon, I apologize. I've got a quick question. I'd like to defer to my colleagues first before I ask a question, but I need to get on a flight very quickly to get to Denver for the Online Learning Consortium. It's their annual conference, and that's a space of interest for me. My question specifically on this, though, is 2 years ago, the question I asked was, I get where you're coming from, Dr. Gillens, and that was the same direction I was taking from an appreciation perspective of the mental health and the anguish of somebody stressing over, 1/100th of a point, and I get that. My concern was whether any of our students would be disadvantaged compared to a neighboring jurisdiction or even elsewhere in the country by not having that distinction. So for instance, do we have valedictorians that get valedictorian only scholarships? Salutatorians probably less of an issue. The answer in January 17 was yes, that some of our students then would lose scholarship opportunities because of that particular distinction. And that day of is when I changed my vote. And I remember our prior board president at that time, Mrs. Korbelak, changed her vote as well, because that was something that I think we both felt strongly about. So that's a question that I'll pose again. I didn't give you advance warning, so I know that data may not be in front of you now, but I know we've got second and third reader to discuss that. But I just want to go on the record as saying where I've got some concern, certainly understanding some of the other arguments, passionate arguments, but that is still a concern of mine if we are disadvantaging our students compared to Howard, Montgomery, or elsewhere.
So at this point in time, we didn't look specifically at that for this, we were just answering questions today. However, we can go back and look at that. But what I will say to you is it's a double-edged sword. If there is a university out there that is giving a scholarship to only the valedictorian, and it could well be, That's one side of the coin, and that's if we don't rank, maybe somebody misses that. But what we're hearing from our parents through my office is the opposite side of that, which is my student is in the top 7 students, the top 5 students, the top 4 students, top 10. So they're in the top 1% or 2% of the class, and colleges are giving scholarships for that, right? And because we do Val-Sal, only the Val-Sals get chosen. Because the way the scholarship reads is, if you rank, you must be Val-Sal. If you don't rank, you must be in the 1% or 2% top of the class. So since we rank, 5 kids are not considered. So it's a double-edged sword. So we will go back and do some work for you for that, because it's a good question. But I do want you to consider both sides.
And then certainly, I appreciate that. Not just the institutional scholarships. You know, certainly Yale may have that verbiage, or Princeton, and so forth. But you know, I'm making up one, so forgive me for labeling. But Xerox Corporation then says valid. I don't know that for sure, but valedictorian only. You know, to qualify for a $10,000 Xerox Corporation scholarship, or PepsiCo. You know, whoever the corporation is. If we have reach into that, and I know that 2 years ago, 2+ years ago, was a big fact-finding mission, and I know it's laborious, and I apologize in advance, but I just like having that data point to help make an informed decision. Okay. Mr. Granite.
Yeah, thank you, President Gilliland. I was actually going to raise that same point, having been pretty active as part of that discussion. And I do recall, in fact, your answer to that question was dispositive to both Mr. Gilliland then and then President Stacy Korbelak, who changed their votes. So a majority of the board just 2 years ago voted to maintain valedictorian and salutatorian, and in fact revised the superintendent's proposal to incorporate Latin honors while maintaining valedictorian and salutatorian, which a number of other school systems do. I know that information was brought before us as well. So I guess I have some concern, in particular because that issue garnered, I think Ms. Ortiz can comment on this, I'll just use a colloquial term, way more public comment than we usually get, and we got a lot, maybe bordering on hundreds of public comments that were submitted, as well as public testimony on this issue. And that was all taken into account by the board members who voted on this just 2 years ago to maintain valedictorian and salutatorian. So I guess that's the one concern that I have. And why did you all not consider, to the extent you did consider other options other than just getting rid of class ranking entirely, why did you not consider an option to simply maintain valedictorian and salutatorian and eliminate other class rank? A numerical class rank.
I can answer that. So this request didn't come, this policy proposal didn't come from staff. It came from the policy committee.
It's not being recommended by Dr. Rolato.
So this came from the policy committee. So this was recommendation from the policy committee. I was asked to bring the grading policy for review. We brought it to them as is, current policy right now. There were no proposed revisions or amendments. And so based on that discussion that was had at the policy committee, what is before you, the proposed revisions, is what was determined and voted upon by the policy committee.
If I can jump in, Mr. Granite. So yes, it was brought up to the policy committee, and I just asked for an elimination of class rank to be written up. But we can certainly, I guess, if you want to, because there's different ways that different counties do it. For example, Prince George's, they eliminated class rank of you knowing it, but on, I don't know which day, but when you're a senior, you will get notified if you are number 1 or number 2, but you will not know your whole high school career, so that it doesn't, again, mitigate that comparison. But there are other ways, yeah. But this is the one way that I particularly pushed, yeah.
Well, in follow-up just to what you're saying, it sounds like we did not necessarily consider that option. So what you're saying, it sounds like we could get the best of both worlds, Mr. Ray, because you're saying that students would not be, basically by the middle of their freshman year of high school entering this race mentality, But at the end of it, after working to whatever level they felt comfortable, they and their family felt comfortable, them pushing themselves, at the end, it's just basically, it would be almost serendipitous that they would be determined to be valedictorian or salutatorian. So that's possible. And still achieve your objective of getting rid of the kind of excessive class rank mentality that starts when people, finish basically the first semester of their freshman year. Okay. So if you all could consider that would be great, because I think that might be a direction that a majority of the board would be leaning.
Are you
based on
for something?
Well,
Is there a belief that? Yeah, there's no motion for that. Are you motioning to bring it?
Well, I certainly could do that, and so that would be what would go out for public comment. So to accomplish that, then, because since it says in Section D, the superintendent is authorized to develop regulations to implement this policy, I don't think we'd be specifying in this document everything that you're saying now about, well, people don't learn the class rank until they actually graduate. I think the simplest thing to do to accomplish that would be to simply restore the last sentence, especially given the history of this, that the majority of the board voted just 2 years ago based on like a lot of public input to simply maintain the valedictorian and salutatorian. And the implementation of this would be that there would not be a published class rank that is made knowable to anyone, frankly, until graduation. It would just be those two.
I personally, I know this was majorly pushed by me and Dr. Alado. I would not be for that, but if you're motioning for something, then.
So, yeah,
okay.
I'll second it.
I never heard of. Is there a motion?
Yeah, that was my motion.
Second.
So my motion, as further contextualized by my comments, is simply to restore the last sentence.
Under where? Could you specify?
Under C7. So high school shall annually designate a graduating valedictorian and salutatorian would be restored.
But are you motioning also for an implementation that it would not be notified until that last?
Well, you can't have a valedictorian salutatorian until people graduate, right? You wouldn't have a valedictorian after junior year.
Okay.
I mean, if it would make you feel more comfortable, we could insert the two words upon graduation.
It's your motion.
I think you don't have valedictorian salutatorian until people graduate, so I think it's in there naturally. So the motion is to restore the last sentence.
Okay. Other board comments? Ms. Corkadell?
I have a process question, actually. So in a first reader to third reader, do we do preliminary suggestive amendments typically in a first reader, or do we amend final in third, or both opportunities? I was curious.
That is a question.
So typically the way, since I've been here for just over 2 years, and I don't know if it was done differently previously, we bring it for first reading, for consideration. There's sometimes board discussion, sometimes not. We put it out for public comment, and then based upon public comment, as Mr. Grannon correctly stated this a couple of years ago, and my first board meeting was on second reading of this policy change. And so there was a lot of public comment, and so I imagine we would probably get a lot of public comment here. And so typically the board has then perhaps suggested amendments on second and or third reading, kind of waiting to see how public comment goes.
So it sounds to me, because of the possibility of more intense public comment, that we would want to propose what our options would be in a consensus before we move on to the second reader for this one in particular, so that there would be as much opportunity as possible for the public to comment, or is it preferred at the second reader, by your opinion?
Oh, wow. So I don't know if there are any Roberts rules associated with this. Just from my recollection in the policy setting policy, I don't think you're prohibited from, putting forth revising what we've presented to you, or if you wanted to provide more than one option. That's certainly up to the board to determine that.
So it sounds like our motion is fine and okay, and then if it were to approve, then the amendment would move forward as the sent to public, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarification.
Ms. Antoine?
Thank you. First of all, as always, thank you guys for taking that time and knowing that these guys caused this. We'll talk about this in closed sessions. But my first question was what prompted the change, especially with all this coming on realistically a year and a half after the board has weighed in on it. And Josie, with you certainly being a senior this year, I'm thinking something encouraged the change that you can choose or choose not to discuss. Then my second question is, because it came across, I was forced to look up research, because you're right, over 20-some years ago, I was fighting hard to get that #1 spot, and it was enjoyable for me. It wasn't a mental kind of situation for me. I was looking over at the, my competition, summing it up to see how I could best get that #1 spot. And then, after a while, though, things happened in this life that caused me to kind of give up on that effort academically. I would say, based on my research, that I learned that there is a sincere mental health concern out there, not so much for those that didn't get top honors, but for those that did. The pressure of becoming whatever after that, or the facade that's created around them and the expectations that are created around them became concerning. I also looked at how it, if in terms of discriminator, and with the competition being more open now at the colleges and universities at a global stance, whereas way back in my day, the state was about what I was looking at a global stance, how that serves as a discriminator. I believe students having that ranking, they should understand and know where they rank in school to encourage them to keep going. If they go, say, in their 10th grade year, and you say, hey, you're right now you're ranked number 20 of 400, well, that's going to encourage that person to try to do better from that ranking standpoint. And as a mom that's helping someone to fill out scholarships and things like that, they are asking, what makes you different? And if you have something like, say, I'm the top of my class, I'm top 10%, that is a strong discriminator. So I'm a little bit baffled as to what happens if we take that out to the students overall, because it has worked. And it's a traditional known good. So
well, we should make one clarification. They will know the percentage that they're in. They will be able to know you're in the top 10%, 15%, 20%. The difference between that and ranking, first, second, third, fourth, fifth. So with respect to your motivation piece, we can tell them at any given time, are you in the top 10%, top 20%, whatever whatever we would like.
So say on the transcripts at the bottom right now, it says, hey, Candace Antoine, your number, I'll give myself number 20, right? The number 20 of 400 on there right now. If we change this, that goes away as well?
The number 20 goes away, but not the fact that you're, in the top 5% of the class.
So it would annotate at the bottom, this person is currently in the top 5% of the class.
It could, if we so chose it to. And then on those profiles that Dr. Arlotto was speaking to, it would talk about the number of students and the percents and how many students are doing what in the various programs in that school that fall in the top 5%, 10%, 20% of the class.
So just one more question on that. I am the student that doesn't know about profiles being read and how they're looking at me. How do I know where I am if I don't know until I graduate? How does the student know? many of the students don't necessarily go up and say, where am I right now? But having something like this already annotated that gives them some idea of where they are, where they can improve or maintain.
So right now, if they wanted to know their rank in Anne Arundel County Public Schools, they would have to ask that question of a counselor. If they wanted to know if they were in the top 10% of the class, right now they would ask a counselor. So we don't give them their rank, so many times a year as it stands right now. If they inquire, they could learn it, just like they could learn where they fall in the percentiles. But it wouldn't really be any different in that sense. So I'm not sure if I answered your question, but that's the...
Right. I'm just looking at what I'm receiving currently and sending out there on behalf of somebody else. And it shows his where he falls in the class of whatever. And that has helped him in terms of his cover letters that he writes, in terms of his motivation to do better or sometimes worse. But it's more to it at that point. And I understand maybe the 0.000.9 point that makes the difference at the top, but I am also looking at other students that may not be at that top, but this is still having that ranking is helping them in terms of motivation and doing better.
Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. So my daughter just last year went through she was senior, went through the college application process. I seem to recall whenever she met with her counselor for course selection or when she had to meet with him for a college application, that she was given a transcript that had her rank on it, correct?
Absolutely. That's
Right.
often, it's common practice.
Okay. So I just want to make sure I remember that correctly. So it is provided to students, maybe without them asking, but it's there. So you said under saying we move forward with the new policy, students would be given their percentage instead of their rank. Would that be done in the same way? Would it be on their transcript? Because you can only determine that by ranking them, correct?
Well, yeah, it's all the same math, right? And
Right.
so it's just it's a different way of stating it. You're in the top 1%, 2%, 5%, however we wanted to.
Well, that's what
parse it.
I guess that's my
Mhm.
question. Are you doing it in ranges? Because if you give them percentile, it's basically like
Right.
ranking them anyway.
So if they needed to know for a scholarship whether or not they were in the top 1% of the class, we could tell them that. On the report card, we would make some determination of putting down on the transcript of
right.
what we would put down. But the point would be they would be able to know that information.
Okay, so the transcript, what would would every transcript have some sort of percent on it? So students who are in the
Yes, we can
top
absolutely do that.
80%. I mean,
Correct.
I mean,
we can determine whatever cuts or thresholds we would want to report to a student or a family.
Okay.
Absolutely, we can
So, but we are talking
hardwire
about
that.
thresholds and not individual.
Correct. We would
percentiles.
Correct. We would approach it more from a cohort, right? A group.
Yes.
And we'd say, we've done the calculations. You're in the top 1% or whatever thresholds or cuts that we thought really spoke and communicated a certain level of achievement on the transcript. We would have the ability to do that.
Okay, and in terms of the policy that we're discussing, maybe I need to, I guess I was just looking at the changes, but I don't even see rank mentioned. Is that in the regulation portion of it?
Yes.
Okay, so, sorry, I have a couple more things. So the way I'm seeing it, more and more districts are moving towards what we're discussing potentially doing here today. And the more districts that do that, it really is going to put institutions at a disadvantage to continue to require valedictorian status, because it's going to really narrow.
Well, what the colleges
their
that
field.
we're speaking to directly are telling us is that rank is one of several elements that they consider. And at this point in time, the College Board is reporting that it's the personal statements, the essays, the teacher and counselor recommendations, leadership experience, and individual talents of applicants that supersedes the rank. With, however, the challenging courses taken throughout the child's career in high school and at the honors and advanced weighting level if that works for them, you know, with the grades that they earn. But with those other pieces, they're finding that rank, they're telling us they're finding that rank is not needed. And in fact, because of the mental health, and the colleges and universities are really speaking to the mental health as much as the K-12, right? Because the colleges and universities are really suffering from students not being able to independently really survive in a good way.
Right.
In large numbers. They're finding that it's on the national scene right now. So they're worried about the mental health as well. So they want a well-rounded young person. So they're saying that by taking the rank out, in the conversations we're having on the phone, by taking the rank out, they're still getting what they need. They're still awarding excellence, and they're de-escalating the stress, they believe.
So this is obviously just anecdotally, but I think it really speaks to it. I know of a student who made every choice based on achieving that #1 spot and was, it's emotional for me, severely disappointed in the outcome of their college search, reached for all those top schools and really expected a lot different results than the student got, and the student was very disappointed about the choices they made because of that. So the mental health piece, it goes all the way up to the top. I mean, that top student that's an amazing accomplishment, and for that student to be disappointed in themselves for having made those choices and not had the result that they thought they were going to get from those choices. So to me, to maintain this class ranking for what's becoming more and more limited opportunities for that #1 student, because colleges, I believe, are looking for more well-rounded students, I don't think we should make a decision for those very, very few rare opportunities when we're talking about the mental health of all of our students.
And I just want to jump in to, before I go to the next lights, is that one thing. So a couple years ago when it first came ahead, because I was involved in CRASC when it first came, and I was strongly against getting rid of it. I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, why would you take that away from students? But then, like, you realize that we're told, like, as students, not to go on social media and compare yourself to others, like, love yourself for who you are. It's very bad for you. But then you walk into a school every day and you're like, wow, I'm 45 out of 500. Like, I'm not that good. I'm not as good as #1. And it's like you're comparing yourself every day, and that's swaying your decision in certain aspects of your career field and high school career. And I just think that's toxic. And I think that this really, and from what I've heard from Fairfax County that doesn't rank, from Montgomery that doesn't rank, Howard, Prince George's, that as soon as they took it away, it really changed up the way students look at their choices in classes, because it's not, I'm going to take this class because I want to try to boost my GPA and be better than somebody else, because that's your success coming from overcoming somebody else. But it's rather, I'm going to take this class because I know that it's going to challenge me and develop me in this certain way. And I've also seen a lot of emails about comparing it to trophies for all and the Olympics, like Olympics being 1, 2, 3 medals. But I wouldn't compare the school system to the Olympics, because in the Olympics you all focus on one goal, and there's, for example, skiing. There's one slope that you all are traveling down on, but in high school there's Cat South, there's the magnet programs, there's all these different programs where it's going different routes to not even get to the same destination. So I just, that's why I'm definitely for this.
Yes, when at NSBA this weekend, I went to several sessions that were on student mental health and also increasing performance at high poverty schools. And at multiple of the sessions, one of the things they brought up was going to a Latin honors system. And that stood out to me in multiple ones. It is a way that I have loved it the past 2 years at graduations to see the number of students wearing stoles that recognize their hard work. So instead of just 2 students, up on stage, we have a wide range of students that are being recognized and honored for their hard work, including our students who make choices to take programs that are not necessarily the most weighted. And so they're never going to have a chance to be number 1, but they're going to Cat North and they're making great grades and they're coming out career ready. With Latin honors, they are recognized for their achievements just as much as the people in the others. I know for some of us who have children in choice programs, actually in the magnet programs, you're at a disadvantage that you cannot necessarily become a valedictorian or a salutatorian because of the classes that you're taking. And those are students pursuing their passions, but that is a choice that they make not to have it, but that does not mean that they didn't work just as hard and they'd be recognized. I loved what Ms. Urea said about that it's not just the one path. It used to be that we all took the same curriculum when we were in high school, and we just don't anymore. There's too many options. We're comparing apples to oranges when we're trying to make a ranking of one to number 5. Is number 1 really doing better? We're doing different pathways. I did a lot of research over the past few days looking up articles and things from the College Board and others about what's going on with this. And again, the college admissions officers are saying Val-Sal has very little weight with us anymore because it's so different school to school. There are schools that name every child above a 4.0 is valedictorian. So they don't distinguish between a 4.2 and a 4.3. It's everybody above 4.0. There'll be hundreds of valedictorians. That doesn't tell you a lot. And then you have a school of 25 children. The valedictorian in a 25 student class is very different than the valedictorian at a 500 student class. So I think that with time and the changes in schooling and the way that we're trying to challenge students and get them to pursue passions is that's become an unwieldy and inaccurate measure to have that. We talked about this 2 years ago when it came up, and it's the story that really stands out to me is a few years back at Severna Park High School. There were 2 students who were tied the whole way, and they were both outstanding musicians. And senior year, they're all state musicians, and senior year, one chose to drop orchestra and take another AP class so that they would get the extra bump and ahead of their counterpart who stayed with her passion of taking music. And I hear that and I'm like, that saddens me, because this was something they had pursued for years, and they made a choice not based on their love and the well-roundedness of their person, but just to get a grade point. And I hate to see that. I want our kids to feel like they can explore new and different things, and doing that, they can still graduate summa or magna or cum laude. And it's I loved at every school I went to, there were dozens of the different Latin honors kids.
And in fact, we ask ourselves that question, would we see more meet the standard if they set it for themselves, cum laude, magna cum laude, summa cum laude? And Jason ran a few numbers on those.
Yeah, really exciting. So when we set out with the cum laude system, the goal at the time was to recognize approximately the top 20% of a graduating class. We project this year that we'll actually surpass 25, in fact, closer to 26% of the graduating class based on projected numbers of class ranking as of January. So we're very, very excited about that. All of them are going up. Just for instance, 2 years ago, we recognized 411 students for cum laude. We are anticipating 571. We recognized 2 years ago for magna cum laude 386 students. We anticipate 537 this year. And for summa cum laude, which is the highest honors, which is a weighted GPA of 4.3 or higher, pretty exclusive territory. 2 years ago, we recognized 287 students, and we are anticipating honoring 406 students this year. So we have students pursuing excellence with our recognition system. It's really exciting.
They're pursuing a standard
Correct.
That's not a competition against
Correct.
others, but saying, for my personal goal, if I receive 4.4, 4.0, then I earn this. So they're working toward their own personal goal rather than going in a competition mode against their classmates and having that. That's excellent information. Thank you.
And to understand, and thank you for that great data, that it is a grade band. So not only is it now a competition not against us, but against the standard, but because you can gain access to that recognition through a grade band, you don't have to then give up the music, right? Your senior year, I've got this passion, I still want to play in the band or the orchestra, and I can still make that grade band by not having to have that course, whatever that might be. And that's a way of sort of connecting what you were saying with the data.
Mr. Grannon?
Thank you for that. And of course, all of those good things are happening now under the current system where we have valedictorian and salutatorian. So more people are being honored. That's why the majority of the board voted overwhelmingly to incorporate Latin honors. We're seeing these good results with valedictorian and salutatorian still being maintained. A couple of reactions to some other points. To Ms. Urea's point about it being disheartening to see that you're number 45 out of a class of 500. I mean, that's a pretty good number, but all that's being discussed, these are all just little gradations, is that student's still going to see that they're in the top 9%. So you're just taking it, you're softening it to a single-digit decile. They're still going to see, so if any student's disappointed by being number 45 out of a class of 500, they're going to be just as disappointed to see that they're in the top 9%. And of course, they can compete and try to become in the top 8%. So I see what you all are trying to do by softening that a little bit, so it's literally not the, one person racing against one other person, but softening it more into cohorts, as you described. That would eliminate the story that Ms. Hummer talked about the two people being tied for the exact one spot, because they'd already be in the top 1%. However, if a student's in the top 2%, they might make that same choice. We obviously can't eliminate all competition in an academic setting. All of that being said, all of these benefits would still be achieved if you published this single-digit decile ranking to the top 9, 8, 7, whatever it is, percent, but then at graduation, in a serendipitous way, two people found out. One is valedictorian and one is salutatorian. It would get rid of, it would have all of the benefits that you're discussing while still maintaining those traditional honors. And I think with that, I'd like to call the question.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna take the last two comments. Miss Antoine?
So I heard the concerns and stories, and I still stand on, we need to also motivate these students to do even better, especially in a ranking. And even with the Latin system, it will be some ranking there. Even when you get to graduation, if somebody has one more, something extra around their neck compared to someone else, it's going to be there. I am probably missing the fullness of the mental health side, and I'm thinking with the review, some of the public comments that are coming back will help that. But at this moment in time, I just do not see enough information here to change what we did 2 years ago. Thank you.
Ms. Ellis?
Yes, finally, I did, since we are going into a public comment period, I did want to speak to, because several people have reached out to me, some supporting this change, but some concerned. And I have heard that phrase used a few times, everyone gets a trophy, and I really, really want to take exception to that, because our students who earn summa cum laude, they have worked really hard for that, and that is a high honor. And if it's good enough for our colleges and universities, I don't know why we would be we would be talking about our students that way. It's any of the cum laude honors, it's an achievement, and so I think it's unfortunate for that phrase to be used for our students who are genuinely earning those honors. And while it's not realistic that, and we will never get to a point where every single student is summa cum laude, But the fact that that's possible, that the math does not prevent that from happening, that puts the onus on the students to work for that. Finally, I don't think students finding out just serendipitously at the end whether they've earned that valedictorian or salutatorian will remove that extreme competition that we have now, because then students will continue. There will continue to be students who try to be perfect in what they think is considered perfect to get that number one spot. In other words, I don't think we will have accomplished anything by maintaining that.
Mr. Lod?
Could the chair please restate what the question is?
Are you talking about the motion?
Yes, please.
Mr. Grandin, do you want to repeat your motion?
Yeah, the seconded motion is to restore the last sentence that says high school shall annually designate a graduating valedictorian and salutatorian. And again, just to recap and explain it, if we're maintaining the single percentage decile, what Ms. Ellis was just referring to, for example, that student is already going to know that they're in the top 1%. For them, do you think they're really going to relax and say, I'm comfortably in the top 1%, I don't have to worry about sliding into 2%? So if we're maintaining these percentages, we're effectively maintaining the rank, but just in these cohorts. So we're not going to get rid of any sense of personal competition as long as we have these percentages.
Ms. Ortiz?
I just want to point out, so if this motion moves forward, removing the last sentence, which is struck in what you have before you, there would really be nothing to move forward for public comment, because it just retains what we currently have right now.
So I have a question actually before we vote, Mr. Grandin. So essentially, you're saying that are you saying that you necessarily don't care about the ranking of the students, you just want the ceremony of Valsal at graduations?
Well, it's not just that I want that, it's that was the overwhelming view of the board 2 years ago, and that was the overwhelming bent of the public comments that came in. I understand that there's different viewpoints. I'm trying to accommodate the viewpoint that's being expressed really by you to eliminate the class rank. I guess I'm leaving aside the fact that obviously a majority of the board endorsed this just 2 years ago, and in effect would kind of be pulling out the rug from a lot of students that obviously thought that this was already in place. In any event, I am saying that we should maintain, as I think a majority of the county did in their public comments, that we should maintain valedictorian, salutatorian, and I think I'm trying to do it in a thoughtful way that accomplishes something that you've suggested, that this is like unnecessary personal competition between, you know, one student and another student. If both of those students, now let's get in the nitty-gritty, if both of those students know that they're in the top 1%, they don't know that they're not going to fall to 2%. Again, they're going to keep competing to stay in the top 1%, but they're not necessarily going to have any personal animosity about, well, this person's number one. They won't necessarily know. It'll be 4 or 5 or 6 or maybe even 7 students in some larger schools that are in the top 1%, and then upon graduation, 2 of them will find out, hey, in addition to being in the top 1%, in addition to being summa cum laude, one of us is valedictorian and one of us is salutatorian. So I think it accomplishes a lot of what you're trying to remedy, but at the same time maintaining something that a majority of the board voted on just 2 years ago in response to a lot of public comment.
If I could.
Yeah, Dr. Armando.
Mr. Grant, I just want to clarify a couple things that you said for the board and for the public watching. One, you mentioned that, and rightfully so, not wanting to pull the rug out from underneath students. The way this is proposed, this would not include any students that are in the current high school pipeline. I think it was written by and proposed by the policy committee to begin with, those 9th graders in the 2021-2022 school year at the policy committee. Secondly, the other part, it says it at the top of the...
On the very front page.
in red. And then the other was to say that it was in the overwhelming majority of the board 2 years ago supported where we currently are. Again, that was, or not again, that was a board 2 years ago, very different than the current board. And I think that's one of the reasons the policy committee wanted to move forward with different thinking of a different board. And it was certainly not overwhelming. I think if I remember, it was a pretty close vote among the board about whether we should move forward or not at that time.
It was 6-3, Dr. Olato. It was 6-3.
Okay. Are you finished, Mr. Grannon, with your light?
Thank you.
Yeah, did you just recognize Dr. Olato when he spoke, by the way?
Yes, I did.
You did, okay.
Ms. Corcadell?
So
we're finishing board
I
comments.
have just a quick clarification. So if is Mr. Grannon's proposal, as it relates, almost sounds like more procedural. In other words, that would be like the language wouldn't necessarily have to change. It would be how the information would be disseminated is what Mr. Grannon is proposing. I'm trying to get a clarification on the motion here that what we're proposing is that the VALSAL not be eliminated but simply honored so that the person who landed at the top on graduation day gets to recognize. So it sounds like it would be more of a regulatory suggestion and wouldn't necessarily be embedded in policy, or in that case,
Dr. Lano.
I'm trying to get an understanding here because I'm hearing both sides. I haven't made up my mind yet, but
Yes, ma'am.
definitely understanding to make sure that this is it policy or regulation of how the information is disseminated.
Yes, ma'am. I think you're bringing up you're folding in two important pieces. If I understand Mr. Grannon's motion is in eliminating that sentence under section C, number 7 on page 3 of 3, we will not be doing away with the VAL and SAL recognition, that the board in policy wants that to occur. The second part of that is, in answering your question, is then it would fall to regulatory language as to how we would do that. Right? We would then have to sit down with staff, and we would then have to, right, so how would we designate that it is done? High school shall annually designate a graduating valedictorian and salutatorian. We would then, that would become in regulatory language. The board would be spelling out that they want it to occur. They want those students identified. We would then have in regulatory language how that would go forward.
So that means that the restoration of it should probably then include maybe an additional phrase or sentence to ensure it, or would that just occur as a recommend? Yeah, shall occur.
Shall.
Yeah, is that what? If we went with the understanding, if the new understanding of this is to modify it, that what Ms. Uria is saying, that her goal and accomplishment, but meeting the other needs and concerns would be that on graduation day we would say who landed on the top, not uncommon in sports and other things to occur, but that sounds like that would be regulatory. Would that be something that would need to be spelled out, or an understanding of moving forward if we remove this from the table of modification?
I'm not sure that I completely understand, but what I believe the board is wrestling with now, or what's been proposed in reinstating valedictorian, salutatorian, which if that's the direction the board wants to go in policy, that is what we will support. What I'm not hearing, though, well, if that is supported by the board, I'm not hearing necessarily support for continued use of class rank as a published measure. Meaning, and that's still in regulatory language, and we would look to still eliminate that as a published measure to meet what I believe is what Mr. Grannon is, the spirit of what he is proposing here, is that there will still be the recognition of valedictorian, salutatorian, but but publishing the class rank along the way doesn't necessarily have to occur in order to achieve that.
Yeah, kind of like at the end of the sports game is when you assign the MVP, not during the game. And no one's necessarily going to be that, but of course there's one or two wishing they are from the beginning of the game, but it's not until the end of the game that the MVP is identified, but we recognize the importance and value of saying you worked hard and you did land number one. To go your life not knowing that, I think, would be a little bit of disadvantage. So it is Mr. Grannon's amendment would allow that opportunity, but that would be in a regulatory purview, which is your discretion. Correct. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
And also, Ms. Corkadell, just to, I think, answer as well, because remember in the policy committee we discussed this, and then Ms. Ortiz said if this does pass, she would then bring the regulation forward with what Dr. Arlotto is saying, with the whole regulations of how that would proceed.
Correct. But I believe the removal of this language would limit their ability to say, hey, by the way, at the end of the year, here's who landed on top after their 4 years. And that's where I believe why the language had to, if the removal of that was removal of it, I'm not recalling the whole conversation we had in committee. I don't want to redress it here in the public, but that's what I'm asking about, is if we go one to the other, if that is allowed, recognizing that at least a couple members of the board may have an interest in that. I'm just trying to clarify.
Okay. Ms. Hummer?
Yes, I think in the 2 years since we've done this, there's been a lot of changes. We're seeing more and more schools that aren't doing class rank or VALSAL, but also we've seen a very great increase in concern about student mental health. My preference would be that we make no changes to this proposed policy until it has gone out for 30 days of public comment, and we hear back from the community as they want. And then at second reading, if we're hearing overwhelmingly and we believe it's the will to maintain VALSAL, that we could do that then, or we could go the other way, but just leave it as is written now and then wait for the 30 days comment period and have come back, and then we still have the opportunity to amend at that time.
Ms. Antwine?
One, what I'm hearing right now, I'm misunderstanding, because if I am at that number one spot in my mind for 4 years and I don't get it, then there's a whole nother issue right there.
But you wouldn't know until...
I would know because I'm in the classroom with Pete and Susie or whatever. I know how hard I'm working, and then the announcement comes, graduation day or whatever, forgive me, and my name isn't announced. That too will cause a serious mental health issue. However, I agree with Ms. Hummer that we should put it back out there, but I'm understanding the status quo is not the amendment that we're recommending, but the as is that was in 2016, 2017. Is that correct?
That is the motion.
Okay, so I would be, could we not push it forward without the deletion to see and still get the public comment?
No. So no, because we wouldn't be making any amendments. So the, in accordance with your policy setting policy, once you make proposed revisions, amendments, updates to the policy, then that would be posted for public comment for 30 days. And as Ms. Hummer stated, you can certainly come back on second reading after you've received the public comment. You can come back on third reading and, you know, and amend it or decide, either amend it or just decide to vote down, you know, what's been presented or provide a different proposal. So you're not prohibited from doing something differently on second and third reading.
So then I would request of the board that we not talk as though this is the status quo, because it's actually an amendment to the current policy. And then the motion on the table right now is to just leave it alone and not send it out based on what I'm hearing. And so we'll take a vote on to whether or not to send it out with the amendment or without it. Or let it stand as is. That is our vote.
Correct.
So we have two different votes to do? Or
So
what's
just be
going on?
one vote on Mr. Grannon's motion that he's presented, and so
To-
depending on how
to
that
not
vote
move it
goes.
publicly.
His motion isn't to not move it publicly, but essentially if his motion passes, there would be nothing to put forth to the public.
Right, because his
It
motion
it just-
basically is saying leave it alone
Yes.
and keep it as is. Okay,
Correct.
got it, understood, thank you.
Ms. Schallheim?
The question was called quite some time ago, and my understanding of that procedure is that when the question is called, the discussion stops. Am I wrong? So, like, can we move on? Okay.
I was trying to finish board comments.
When you call the question, does that cease board discussion? So we didn't vote on calling the question. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Lod?
I'm just trying to remember what I wanted to say. I believe what Ms. Hummer's suggestion is a valid way to go at this point. I understand Mr. Grannon's motion to change what's in front of us, but at the same time, we can do that after the second read, after the public has commented. And I would also request that staff come back with some more investigative research about, what is going on, rather than having, well, we hear that, Prince George's is doing this, Fairfax is doing that. I'd like to hear, for a matter of fact, how do they do that? If it, as Mr. Grannon says, you serendipitously know you're the valedictorian, I'm sure that's written out a little better somewhere, so we can figure out how that would occur, so we at least have that understanding. But I believe we can proceed, regardless where we go, with Ms. Hummer's idea, and we just put it out to public comment, and we go into the real nitty-gritty of it after the public has commented, so we find out, are those concerns still there, Mr. Grannon, as you expressed them 2 years ago? I'd be interested to know that. Thank you.
Mr. Grannon?
I guess the last thing I'll say about this in terms of the comment that restoring the sentence means that there would be nothing to take forward. I think the reason for that is because the objective of this proposal is to eliminate valedictorian and salutatorian. All the other stuff that we've been talking about today could have been easily accomplished by Dr. Olato. Nothing is in this policy that says anything about giving a specific number rank. You guys could have done the percentile thing in the last 2 years. You could have done all that stuff, but you didn't do that. You could have eliminated this rank issue and this excessive competition to be a specific number and kept valedictorian, salutatorian, but you didn't do any of that. There's nothing in here that says anything about percentiles or anything. That's all a matter of implementation and regulation. All of that could have been accomplished. So the reason that my motion goes to that sentence is because the objective of this proposal is to kill valedictorian and salutatorian, something that the board just approved 6-3 after a lot of public comment only 2 years ago. I understand what you're saying, Mr. Leib, about, okay, well, what's the harm? Let's send it forward. I mean, if we're going to be honest about these things, ordinary members of the public are not focused every day on the business of the Board of Education. To have all of the public comment that came through, and I know you're taking me at my word, I've never seen as much public comment on any issue, bar none, since I've been sitting up here as came in on that. And to say to the public just 2 years later, this was just voted on, we just took all of your comments into account after 3 readings, after extensive debate, and now we're going to do this again. I do think that's very confusing to the public to say, okay, well, we want all those people that wrote in, 2 years ago to do all that again. That's a lot to ask of people after only 2 years have passed. So I guess what I would say is, in respect for a very recent board action and 6-3, I don't know, if that's not overwhelming, it's certainly pretty comfortable majority to say, okay, well, we're now going to come forward again, not to have it come, by the way, as a staff recommendation, but to have it come through a policy committee without getting, full board input that's not the best way for us to conduct our business. After a majority of the board just decided this, for a very small minority of the board to be able to suggest to the public this is all going to be upended again doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And again, you all could do this thing with going to the percentiles right now. You could have done it 2 years ago. You could do it tomorrow. That's within your implementation purview. All of that could have been accomplished, and I don't know why you didn't do that if it was such a concern.
So,
Dr.
Mr.
Lana.
Grant, understand that within the regulatory language, it talks very specifically about how you get to a val and a sal. There are very specific language about the way the math that is used at which point in the year to arrive at a val and sal. And so we can't accomplish that. If I were to eliminate class rank without eliminating val sal, I'd have no way of getting to val sal if I eliminated class rank. There is a correlation here. There is a direct connection. So while you say we could have, no, because if I get rid of the math that tries to figure out how to come up with a val and sal, then I can't figure out a val and sal.
Ms. Ellis.
I understand the point about how much outcry there probably was 2 years ago, and so, but having just run for office, I can tell you the number one issue I have heard about all along the campaign trail, continue to hear about, is the mental health of our students. Sometimes an issue is sort of boiling under the surface but not recognized, and then it sort of explodes. And so I think this is nationwide right now, but more and more people are becoming tuned in to the concern of the mental health of our students. And so I don't think it's out of place for us to revisit the issue at this time.
Mr. Grannon.
I guess I'm going to pose this question to Dr. Alato to explain the statement that you just made, because as I understand it, the regulatory language is within your purview. That's not something that's in this policy. That's not something that we voted on. And so, for example, the very thing that we're discussing now of serendipitously saying to someone upon graduation, you happen to be valedictorian, you happen to be salutatorian, you could do that right now under the existing language. There's nothing that says in that regulatory language that you have to inform the students of the class rank, or if there is, then you could have changed that without the board's input. Everything that you're seeking to do or that is being proposed to be done could be done right now, except for you must designate a valedictorian salutatorian, because that's what the language says. So everything that we've been talking about today as a potential compromise, to have that have students serendipitously informed of that after the fact, you could do all of that right now under the existing language, because it doesn't say when, it just says you shall designate. All of that math in your regulations doesn't say that you have to give the specific number to students. Doesn't say that. It says you have to calculate it. All that could be kept in a file the same way you keep the percentiles in a file. That's your choice. So I don't think you can genuinely say that somehow your hands were tied and you had to maintain single-digit class ranks. That's not the case. You could have gone to a percentile publication before.
Okay. So,
and that was a question.
Dr. Lara,
Sure. What was the question?
The question is, you made a statement. I just said something that was contrary to your statement. I want to know what's inaccurate about what I said.
I think it's important to understand that the board brought this forward, and I think it was on a very bold move on your vice president's part to bring this conversation back up, and there are a number of issues that revolve around it. It is, and I'll stand again, in regulatory language that for us to achieve a val and a sal, we have to continue to maintain the class rank. And if that were to exist, then I'm certain that we would have families, I would have students that would expect to see their class rank on their transcripts. And that would be eliminated if we were to eliminate doing the math of the class rank and then just sort of keep it in the shadows until I think, as you are suggesting, keeping it in the shadows and then bringing it forward sort of at the last minute to say, by the way, before you walk across the stage, George, you are the valedictorian or you're the salutatorian. Those students, I think, if the val and sal were to exist, they would want to know along the way. And in the current language, it allows for that. If I went to go ahead and eliminate that math and eliminate that possibility, it's now just become serendipitous that you're going to find out at the end. That's not the way we've conducted business. That's not the way I would recommend that we conduct business. That is your suggestion, and if that's the will of the board, we could move forward with that, but that's not how we've conducted business. Students want to know. If there is going to be a val and sal and I am in the running for the val and sal, I'm going to want to know what the numbers are. And if I were to go back into regulatory language and eliminate the numbers, I wouldn't have that available to the students.
How can you calculate the percentages to say top 1%, top 2%, top 3% if you don't do the math? You can't. The math is still going to get done.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying. So the math that you're saying bound you and kept you from doing this all this time is still going to get done. You're just not going to publish it.
Understanding that the percentages is a different kind of math because we've had to go on the grade point averages. And so we had to spell out how we were going to select what the cutoffs were for salutatorian and or for magna cum laude or cum laude. We had to develop those and write those into regulatory language. That's a different kind of math than saying you are number 1, 2, 3, and 4 based on your grade point average. We had to set cut points and establish that own list. So now we've got two kinds of math in our regulatory language. That selects the honor system and that selects the val-sal.
Ms. Ellis?
So when a student is getting ready to walk across the stage, their college application acceptance process is done. The scholarship process is pretty much done.
True.
So I'm not sure what at that point the student is gaining from us maintaining the system.
Okay. No more board comments. Any public comment on Mr. Grandin's motion? Seeing none. Molly, will you call the roll?
Question, or are
To
we
call the
voting
question.
to call the question?
My bad.
You don't need to call the question now.
No. Okay, voting on Mr. Granning's motion.
Voting on Mr. Grannon's motion.
Yes.
Just to make sure I understand correctly, I'm voting nay, which is voting against changing the proposed policies, right? So nay to Mr. Grannon's question, right?
What is the motion?
No,
I
restore the original policy
Okay.
as opposed to what is proposed.
The sentence.
Yes.
Restore the
All right.
sentence.
Restore the sentence.
That section says.
Nay.
Mr. Grannon.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Say nay. Go to the second read.
Is that a yay?
No.
That is a no.
That is a no, ma'am.
Ms. Hummer?
Nay.
Ms. Urea?
Nay.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
I think it should go to public comment, so nay. I said I think it should go to public comment, so that's a nay for me.
So that's a nay.
Yeah.
Mr. Lyde?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland is absent.
Yep.
So it's 3-5, 3 in the positive, 5 in the negative. Motion fails.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have to still vote to move this forward?
No, since it's just first reading.
Okay.
Yes. So now moving on to other action items, item 6.06, which is the 2019 to 2020 Board of Education public session, hearing, and workshop dates. And just for clarification, this is for specifically the Board of Education's calendar, not the actual school calendar. Is there any motion? Or
Someone needs to read recommendation.
I'll read it. I'll read it.
Okay.
It's
Ms.
well,
Hummer?
we just have to, we put it forth under the
Okay.
amendment. Or no, you would read it, actually. I think
Okay.
you would read it.
So the Board of Education recommends the approval of the 2019-2020 Board of Education public session, hearing, and workshop dates.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any amendments?
Yeah, I have my light on.
Ms. Schalheim?
Yes, I have two amendments, actually. The first is to move the October 16th date to the 23rd in the evening. The second is just because daytime meetings are hard for people to get to. February is a hot month. We are passing budget. I move also that, this is part of the one motion.
One motion, okay.
Yeah, so October 23rd, nighttime meeting, February 5th, switch from a day to a nighttime meeting. That's my motion. Anyone want to second me?
Any second?
Wait. Okay. All right. So the what? Wait.
Can you please read your motion, Ms.
Yes.
Schalheim, again?
One is to move the October 16th date because school is shut that day, and I think it puts people at a disadvantage to October 23rd. That's the first one. The second one is to be more accessible to the public in the month that we do the budget and not have a daytime meeting that month and just have two nighttime meetings. All right, we can split it out. Fine. Let's do the October one first.
So are you proposing the first motion to be?
The first motion of two is to move the one from the 16th to the 23rd of October.
I will second that one.
Dr. Arlotta?
If I just want to clarify, because the statement was made, Ms. Schalheim, that school is closed on that day. School would be open for high school
For
students.
high school. My
on
bad.
the 16th. Am
But
I
closed
right?
for elementary and
It'd be
middle.
closed for elementary, middle, but open for high school
Great,
students.
yes.
And staffs,
Okay.
right?
Yep.
Was there a second?
There was.
Okay. Ms. Corkadell? No. You don't want to, okay. Okay. Molly, will you call the roll on Ms. Schalheim's amendment?
Moving the October meeting.
I'm sorry. Is there any other public comment on this?
One in the public.
Okay. Molly, will you
Moving
call
the
the roll now?
October meeting to October 20th,
Yes.
both evening.
Mhm.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Wait. For October 23rd,
Just the October 23rd.
it's not, both of them would be two evening meetings, would it?
No.
Just shifting it.
Just moving it down one week.
It's
A
now.
morning meeting to the 23rd, but it's still a morning session.
No, it's an after, because look, we have the first meeting there, yeah? So that's the AM meeting, that's the PM meeting, but I want to move from here to here.
The 16th is the evening meeting, and you want to move it to the 23rd.
Yes.
Got
Yes,
it.
ma'am.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Grennan?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer? Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Gillen is absent. 8-0, amendment passes.
Okay. Any other board comments? Okay. Would you like the motion for a second amendment?
Yeah, I move to allow for more people access to our meeting in February, during which we really are budget heavy. So for 1 month only in February, have all of our meetings in that month be nighttime meetings.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay. Ms. Corkadell?
Thank you, Ms. Schalheim. I appreciate that optic. However, I'm just going to point out that there's a benefit to our daytime meetings for those who work in the evenings, that we have a vulnerable population that sometimes does need to rely on our daytime. And the second point I will make is that we already have public hearings on the budget. So in February, we are not hearing testimony specific to the budget because of our public hearing, just as we have done in our redistricting and do each and every single year. So I will be a no on this for those 2 points, specifically for are vulnerable and those who just work may not be vulnerable, but they do shift work. And we do have a significant population who appreciates our having one-on-one.
Ms. Ellis.
Yeah, I was going to mention the budget hearings as well. Those are 2 evening opportunities. And then additionally, we have potentially an additional evening that month. So, right, no, I mean, as in addition to our regular evening meeting that month, we may be here the following evening. And so in consideration for the staff that work into the evening for that purpose, I'm not sure I see the benefit.
Okay, I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay. Ms. Antoine?
So it was, let's go back to February. It was my understanding that we were adding to the 2 meetings we already have to allow, not public comment, but to allow discussions on any amendments. Is that still the case?
Yeah.
And that would, and so that would be on the 20th of February? And that's going to happen in the evening, right? Okay, so thank you for that. I would also say that we need to review our professional development days and assess those against the current calendar as well. This particular year, I understood that some of the public didn't get to testify, as well as some of the staff didn't get to attend their PD days. So for right now, based on what I can see here, that there's no conflict. But if there is, I would request that we be open to amending this calendar.
Ms. Corcadell?
I call the vote.
Okay.
There's no more comment.
There's no more board comments, so yeah. Yeah, we have to vote on them. Okay. Any other board comments? Seeing none. Any public comment? Okay. As amended, with Ms. Schalheim's amendment to move the October 16th to the 23rd, Ms. Connolly, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon? Aye. Ms. Corcadell? Aye. Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland is absent. 8-0. Motion passes as amended.
Okay. Now moving on to item 7, review items. This is just a review item, so any questions? Any public comment? Okay. Seeing none, the next general board meeting will be on Wednesday, April 17th, 2019 at 7 p.m. The next policy committee will be Wednesday, April 10th, 2019 at 1 p.m. as well. And now, Ms. Antoine, will you motion to adjourn?
Madam Vice President, I move that the board go into closed session to do the following: conduct collective bargaining negotiations or consider matters that relate to the negotiations.
Second. All the ayes? Awesome.
I was an unorganized person that was constantly losing all my papers. And now I'm an organized, good student. I also used to be afraid of public speaking, but now I'm giving this speech.
Nina Greger from Chesapeake High School also shared her story.
Growing up is a difficult task for everybody. During the first 18 years of a person's life, one hits many milestones. 10 years old, you hit the double digits. 13 years old, you become a teenager. 16 years old, you get your license, if you pass. 17 years old, you can legally watch R-rated movies. And finally, 18 years old, you officially become an adult. I think once you become a quote-unquote adult, you're expected to know what career you'll pursue and how you want to spend the rest of your life. That's a lot of pressure. especially if you have parents that didn't go to college and are unable to guide you through the application process. When I was 3 years old, my parents divorced. I grew up going between two houses while my parents fought for custody. It was a scary and confusing time, especially because I was so young and naive. This experience has taught me to have morals, strong morals, and go above and beyond people's standards because I can and will achieve great things in life, and I refuse to let negative situations bring